To have you back with us here today, and for everyone who's joining us today, both here and online, welcome. I'm Simran Chachi.
And I'm Ishita Roy, and we'll be your hosts. Welcome to day 2 of Impact Failure Conclave 2025. Yesterday was very eventful with a diverse group of people sharing their failure journeys and lending different perspectives on climate action, philanthropy, entrepreneurship, and policy. We were incredibly overwhelmed to have over 400 registrations, and all the parallel sessions were booked out. The pressure is on, and we're truly humbled. Before we start the day, we would like to have a few housemaking announcements. If you're looking for details on sessions and speakers, please refer to your notebooks that have the agenda and information on this year's theme, Shifting Sands, Paving the Way for 2030. The notebook, pen, and lanyard are made by our rural entrepreneurs who are champions of sustainability and local community ownership. We encourage you to get creative with these items beyond the conclave. In the spirit of participation, we will be using Slido to collect all questions during the sessions for the moderators. You can log on to slido.com and use the code on the screen to ask your questions. While walking in, many of you might have noticed some interactive displays kept around the auditorium. At Impact Failure, we believe that it's not just important to identify, analyze, and rectify failures, but also share them in a productive manner with the sector. With Apurva AI, we have been building our very own generative AI tailored for the development sector, one that makes our collective wisdom and learnings accessible to everyone across geography and language boundaries. The discussions over these 2 days will further amplify Apurva AI's understanding. It's already aware of the past impact failure dialogues. You can also interact with it in the coffee area. Just ask our team for assistance. We also want to hear from you, encourage you to please share your failure stories through a guided WhatsApp chat. There are QR codes across the campus. We request everyone to keep their phones on silent during all sessions, and should you need any help, please reach out to us. We're wearing pink patches. So to start with today's proceedings, there has been a little change in the agenda. And to walk you through that, would like to also give you a glimpse onto some days in SELCO Foundation office. See, many a times we walk into the office thinking it's a perfectly scheduled day. And then there is a call from Harish. And then there's disruption. Sometimes it's often to clean up the office as well. So in true SELCO fashion, you're in for a ride today. First, we have an address by Otto Sharma, founding chair of Presencing Institute, followed by a fireside chat on failures of SELCO Foundation by our very own team. After the coffee break, we'll have our 2 plenaries on failure in policy and academia. Post-lunch, we'll move into deep dive sessions as scheduled into smaller classrooms. Back to the plenary session, it'll be RMAF Emergent Leadership awardees are here to inspire us with their stories, and the night will end on a musical note with Swaratma and friends from the Northeast. We're incredibly excited and grateful to start our day with Mr. Otto Sharma, founding chair of the Presencing Institute. Mr. Sharma explores the role of self-reflection in navigating ecosystems and shifts within them. The journey from shutting down after a failure to go to a reflective failing is what we hope to learn from Mr. Sharma's address. Thank you. Can we please have you on stage, Mr. Sharma?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. It was a real blessing to be here together yesterday. And I want to, in my remarks, build on some of the topics that came up yesterday, particularly in the morning, kind of putting, remember Lande and Ravi and others talking about putting the human, putting people into the center. And I want to expand that a little bit towards putting relationships into the center. And then I really thought it was interesting last night, the space, kind of the topic of space and kind of the middle space, kind of the non-polarized. So space before polarization, or they can hold the tension. and the middle space, and what kind of wood does it take to really kind of create these holding spaces that would allow us to be effective in these new environments we are now in. And so along the way, what I hope to also convey is to talk a little bit about the evolution of systems thinking and offer that as a sense-making tool for us, how we can make sense of all the stories and learnings that we are hearing kind of throughout all our conversations here. So my own journey started here. I was born in Germany on a farm in northern Germany near Hamburg, and some almost 70 years ago, my parents, when they were young, decided to shift from conventional farming to regenerative farming, biodynamic farming. And that put them on a path of crop failures, lots of challenges, and as you know, kind of when you're on an innovator's journey, kind of before they celebrate you and give you awards and so on, there's a long period of being isolated, ostracized, ridiculed, and you know, anyone who swims against the stream knows that your old community becomes more distant, right? And that's what I experienced the first 10, 15 years of my life firsthand. But then also later when young people started to come onto the farm from all over, and that was a stream that hasn't ended until now, interested in that, kind of the energy shifted, right? And today, of course, they have been celebrated as pioneers and so on and so forth. But what was it that kept them going? So what I learned from that, if you really believe in something, 10 years of setbacks, well, you need to be ready for that, right? That's not too much. A decade or two of profound tests and challenges is what I saw that farm and my parents go through. And what kept them going was the commitment to the land, the commitment to the soil, the commitment to the well-being of all kind of the animals kind of on that farm. In the 1970s, the energy utilities, the big energy utilities in Germany, in their wisdom, decided to go for nuclear energy and built these plants across the country. There was a massive movement against it. I was part of that, one of the many, and one of the famous battlegrounds of that movement was not far from the farm, Brockdorf. And so it was, you know, for me, like a political awakening process. And that movement was massive and failed. A few years later, in the early 80s, it was kind of the peace movement. I became part of the, you know, basically mobilizing against the, industrial military complex, kind of, and that whole machinery from both sides of the divide. So I grew up in West Germany, but you know, had also many collaborators and friends in East Germany, Eastern Europe, kind of in the civil rights movement and the peace movement over there. That movement also really didn't make much a dent. Kind of the, you know, back then, kind of the, all the plans of the cruise missiles and Pershings and so on, so were installed and went ahead anyway. However, a few years later, in an interesting turn of events, the Berlin Wall came down. And as we know today, that grassroots movement, you know, played a massive role in that. And I love, when you look at this picture, I love kind of, You know, they bring these little tools, kind of a little hammer and so on, and kind of chipping away at the wall, or reaching out for each other, lending each other a hand. That's how real stuff happens, right? It's not big people doing big things. It's many, many small people doing many, many small things. And that's really, I was, at that time, leading with the founder of peace research as a science, Johan Galtung, who was very much inspired by Mahatma Gandhi and all his work. I was leading with him a peace studies around the world trip. I was a student activist, and it was kind of a 9-month study around the world. So we talked with the grassroots activists on both sides of the wall weeks, months before the wall came down, right? And there was no expectation. No one of that movement was aware of the massive changes they had been co-pioneering with other forces in that moment. So sometimes the impact is much bigger than is visible to the eye in the moment. During that trip, of course, we also came here for a month to Gujarat Vidyapith to study Gandhism in Ahmedabad with that group. So throughout all these experiences, what I realized is, okay, running against and mobilizing against the symptoms is one thing, but it was time for me to really understand and address the deeper root issues. So in my case, I picked economics, and when I published my PhD thesis with that title that no one can read, no one has ever read that, but Reflective Modernization, let me just read the title only, okay? Reflective Modernization of Capitalism as Revolution from Within. About that time, I had to realize my next shortcoming, which was that I was just another academic, right, who could talk a big deal about all the stuff that needs to happen, pointing at things, but I was really of no use for the real change makers in the field who were pushing these things forward. And then realization really moved me over to the MIT Learning Center in Boston, because that was just founded back then by Peter Senge, kind of as an integration of systems thinking, action learning, and action research. And so I was attracted by that because I hoped to learn to engage in a science that is a tool for positive change, that is actually helpful and can contribute something to the real change makers in the field, rather than more of this. So when you look at the current situation from the viewpoint of systems thinking, what do we see? We collectively create results that nobody wants. What kind of results? We see them in all the symptoms of the poly crisis. And I like to frame it kind of in these 3 divides. There's the ecological divide, the disconnect between self and nature. We just, as we all know, burned through the 1.5 degree ceiling last year. Yeah, I had my own little share on some of the failures. But in hindsight, I have to say that the story didn't end here with this failure. Many of these people in these pictures here went on and created the Green Party. 10 years later, in 1991, it was the Green Party that introduced the legislation of the energy feed-in tariffs in Germany, which really kickstarted the renewable energy industry. It was copied, replicated in 70 countries. And it allowed really investments to happen in renewable energy. And as we all know, for the past 10 years, investments in renewable energy have been outstripping investments in fossil fuel by an ever-increasing margin. So there is kind of little successes there as well, and the story never ends kind of with the, what first is looking just as a failure. Then there's the social divide. It's basically polarization, inequity, war, violence, kind of everything that we talked about yesterday. And yes, you know, I have my own share a little bit in some of the failings, some of the successes perhaps. But when we really look at what's going on today, what is it we are actually seeing? We see in this social space societies falling apart. Falling into groups that lost the capability to make sense together of what's going on and to respond together in regard to what's happening around us. And that phenomenon is nowhere more visible than back home in the United States. But of course, as we all know, it is a global phenomenon. However, the thing that really keeps me up at night is something else. Those two issues that I just mentioned, the writing has been on the wall for many, many years and decades. Not anyone who paid attention you know, to what's happening is not surprised about where we are now. What is a surprise for me and what personally irritates me most is this third thing. It has to do with something I call the spiritual divide. And that's really arising not from a disconnect self-nature or self-other, but a disconnect between self and self, between who I am today and who I could be tomorrow. It's manifesting in the pandemic of hopelessness, despair, and depression that we see going on around us. And you know, the larger phenomenon that really is the one that irritates me so much is what can be called the illusion of insignificance. It's the feeling there's nothing we can do about those two other things. Because anything I could do is completely insignificant relative to what is already unleashed. And I want to demonstrate that with two numbers that are coming out of the most recent UN Human Development Report, 69 and 68. 69% of people on this planet right now, according to these surveys, are willing to sacrifice part of their personal income to combat climate change. 69%. 68%, almost the same number, also say that they experience a complete loss of agency in terms of collective action, in terms of kind of what's actually happening in their communities and in their countries. So we have 69% of people with a positive individual intention who want to make a difference, who are willing to sacrifice part of their personal income to combat these collective challenges. And almost the same number, 68%, say, but I have zero agency. I don't know how. That is the utmost, so that phenomenon, particularly when I meet that in young people, there's nothing we can do about this, is what's irritating me most. And I think kind of it's demonstrating, because at the core, I'm an educator. I'm a, you know, between education and movement making, you could say, kind of, and helping change processes to work all over. And that is the ultimate failure. If we don't, that's primary to the other two. Because if we don't make a dent there, we're not going to do, you know, be successful on any of the other two. It's primary. If we believe there's nothing we can do about that, that's the end of the story. I am an educator, so kind of, yes, there are successes, but as Harish said yesterday, it's perhaps 1 out of 100, right? in reality, we are failing. So from a systems thinking perspective, when I arrived at MIT, that was the standard model here, right? Yes, you have symptoms, but then you have layers, process, structure, then the deeper patterns of thought. And I always thought, well, isn't there like yet a deeper level somehow? So that's what we now call source, the deeper sources of our creativity, of our energy, of our identity, of ourself, our sense of who we are and why we are here. And you could call that consciousness. I call it source. And of course, you also need a process somehow, kind of to move down to these deeper layers and get up into the tangible space. So that whole framework is what colleagues at the Presencing Institute and also Peter Senge and I and others refer to as deep systems change or awareness-based systems change. And I would summarize that real quick with 3 principles. You cannot change a system unless you transform consciousness. That's what I learned as an action researcher. If you don't like that, here's the McKinsey version of that same sentence. You cannot change a system unless you transform mindsets of the people who are enacting that system. Everyone knows that because we have seen it so often. The real question is not that. The real question is how? And this is what I learned. You can't transform consciousness unless you make a system see and sense itself. That's kind of our role as a leader, as an educator. And then 3, you can't do any of these things unless you sense, embody, and co-shape the emerging future. You need to feel the future. You need to, of course, Gandhi said that a long time ago, right? Be the change you want to see. So we need to feel it, and we need to also embody that, because if it's just kind of more of this, it will not make the cut. So in exploring this deeper dimension, I actually learned most of working with practitioners and listening to their experiences. And many of them talked, that's about a really, what you can only describe as a deeper dimension of systems leadership than the one that we usually hear about. And one of them, the late CEO of Hanover Insurance, summarized his experience of failing and succeeding in these processes of change with this sentence: the success of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervener. So the success of what I do depends on the inner place from that I operate. And when I heard that, I thought, wow, what is he really talking about? He's not only talking about what leaders, system leaders do and change makers, or how they do it, the process they apply. He's talking about a whole other dimension, the sources from which we operate, kind of the inner place from which we operate when we do what we do. And how do you even study that, right? I can put up a camera. How do I kind of capture the inner sources of some? So it was a real eye-opener to me to hear that. And today, I would map this territory in terms of these 3 inner instruments that we need to tune to be an effective change leader. And to be effective in situations and episodes of transformation. Open mind, open heart, open will, AKA accessing our curiosity, our compassion, and our courage. In further exploring kind of this deeper dimension, I realized that there are 2 different sources of learning and leadership. One is basically the past, right? Kind of, the experiences of the past, you could say. And the other one is the emerging future. Basically, all the existing learning methodologies that we have, and also leadership methodologies, are based on reflecting on the experiences of the past. Yet, as we all know, when we deal with the unknown, right, and the unknown, we need to develop the capacity to be effective, to connect, to sense and realize emerging future possibilities. That's really the currency that counts the deeper we move into the age of disruption and systemic breakdowns. So how do you sense and realize emerging opportunities? How do you learn and lead from the emerging future? That was the organizing question, really, of my research for the past, as an action researcher, for the past 25 years. And what I found is this: what it takes is a journey that is both an outer journey and an inner journey. It's a journey that moves you through the 3 stages of observe, 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 going to the edges of the system, and listening with paying attention with your mind and heart wide open. Secondly, retreat and reflect. Allow the inner knowing to emerge, kind of move to a place of stillness, kind of where you can connect to your deeper sources of knowing. And then, when ideas begin to bubble up, you explore the future by doing. It's basically the design thinking and rapid cycle prototyping process. That is how 20 years ago, in the book Theory U, I, based on what I learned and heard, described this process. Today, I would summarize the same process with just 3 words: attention, intention, and agency. Attention, if truly deepened, gives rise to intention, so what it is that we are here for. Intention, if truly clarified and cultivated, begins to catalyze agency. And all of that, of course, kind of the core axis of this process is kind of this inner leadership work that I indicated. That's basically kind of, in a nutshell, kind of the Theory U, kind of, or the deep systems change framework. And, but what I really wanted to talk about today, kind of that's just the backdrop, is how this framework of systems thinking has been evolving in, contemplating the current moment that we are living through right now. This, as you know, all systems thinking, you have seen that many times, and also complexity theory, for the past 80 to 100 years, right? Systems thinking, complexity theory, have been using the iceberg model. And I always thought, okay, 100 years on, perhaps it's about time to come up with a new metaphor, right? That has been really useful, but perhaps there's something that is more relevant to the current moment we are in. And the source of inspiration for me is the farm that I grew up on. And if I learned anything from my father, it is this: that the quality of what's growing above the ground is a function of the quality of the soil, the quality of the roots. It's as simple as that. Kind of all the attention of the regenerative farmer is on the quality of the soil and the quality of the roots. Everyone knows that. Now, if you work not on agricultural fields, but social fields, like I do, and I think like all of us do, then I would say the same thing applies. The quality of the results of any kind of social system are a function of the quality of the social soil, by which I mean the quality of our awareness and the quality of our relationships. So kind of the emerging topics that came up in various case stories yesterday. So if you apply that distinctions, right, between social systems, by which people usually refer to the tangible stuff, and the social soil, in which these systems are grounded in, when, you know, and I think it's an experience many change makers have, which is, in any story of transformation, what's most important is least visible to the eye. What's most important in transformation is least visible to the eye. What is it? It's this root stuff here. And so if we apply this simple distinction onto our current situation, what do we see? Okay, so we have all these sectors. There's a little cutoff there. At the top, you can just imagine the word business, okay? And then the quality of the soil, you know, one way of talking about it is that's really the operating system, right? It's kind of how it's the connections, the quality of connections, how all these elements kind of connect with each other. And having worked through all these sectors here, what I'm noticing is you see basically the same thing going on across all these different sectors, which is a shift from output and efficiency-centric to user and stakeholder-centric, and from there, another shift to yet another operating system, which is regeneration and ecosystem-centric. So to give a few examples, in agriculture and food, from industrial to regenerative. In education, teaching for testing to education for human flourishing. We are just launching multi-country initiative with the OECD kind of around this. How do we reimagine education in the age of AI, right? And kind of seeing the massive failure of our current educational system. So that is kind of one way of framing it. Health, kind of from fighting symptoms of sickness towards strengthening sources of well-being and health. Sustainability in business, from resource efficiency to operating as a business as a force for good. Finance, from extractive to regenerative. In tech, yes, that would be a whole day in itself, but let's just say how to move from technologies that are awareness and creativity diminishing to those that are awareness and creativity enhancing. And all of that, of course, is grounded in governance at the end of the day, our traditional forms of governments, the crisis thereof, and how to move towards what I call awareness-based collective action, by which I really mean organizing around shared intentionality, right? Which is something we all do in all multi-stakeholder processes. That's kind of the real work we do in the field. So it may look complicated, but the logic is very simple. What I'm really saying here is something very simple, and it's this, that the evolution of our sectors, institutions, and systems can be seen as a manifestation of an evolving human consciousness that moves from ego to eco, that moves from silo and ecosystem awareness to user and multi-stakeholder awareness, and from there to regeneration and ecosystem awareness. And as we go through that shift, we see, and as we see this space of convergence here, and we all deal in all these sectors with the same topics, how to move from extraction to regeneration, from mindset shifts from silo to systems or ego to eco, and how to move our patterns of action from reacting against the past towards sensing and actualizing kind of emerging future possibilities. Now, if you work with institutions on these topics, this is what people say. We are trying to solve 4.0 challenges with 2.0 methods and tools. Kind of that's how our organizations are set up. That's the toolkits I got. We are being encouraged to shoot for the moon while some of us are still driving a donkey cart. UN resident coordinators, right? And so, in other words, there's a mismatch between the challenge that I experience in the field, right, which is here in this 4.0 space, and the 2.0 setup of our institutions, the tools that I have to address that challenge. That's the gap that we all feel. And why is it so difficult to move from here to here? And I would say it's so difficult because we are looking at it the wrong way. Because all the attention goes onto the top half. What we are missing is the lower half. And in my view, there is a functional equivalence between the soil of the planet that gives rise to the flourishing of the biosphere, as we all know, and human attention and human awareness that gives rise to the flourishing of the social sphere. And just as the farmer needs tools like the chisel plow to cultivate the land, the soil, we, as the farmers and gardeners of the social field, need practices and tools to cultivate that quality of relationship. And that's really kind of what what the next book is about. That will come, that will come out in a couple of months. But what we want to go more deeply into in the breakout session this afternoon. Let me just say it has like both the personal, interpersonal skills like listening and dialogue, connecting to the future, and the more systemic related kind of dimensions and practices that we all know we need to bring together if we want to move the dial. So let me just give kind of one little illustration here. What does it really mean kind of becoming aware or shifting the quality of attention? When you take a stick and throw it in front of a dog, the dog is running after the stick. We know that. When you take the same stick and you throw it in front of a lion, what's going to happen? The lion is turning his head and looking straight at you. So how often in our organizations, in our societies, are we responding to disruption in the mode of the dog, jumping after the stick? And how often are we able to respond in the mode of the lion, turning the attention from the object to the source? And that's really, in essence, what systems thinking is and what all these practices are about. But then, of course, there is another story. There's unintended side effects of social media, mass disinformation, mass polarization, mass depression, that has contributed to the rise of autocracy, kakistocracy, kind of the rule of the worst, the least qualified, fragmentation and war, dystopian views that we are flooded with, hyper inequality, hyper extraction when you look at fracking, opioidization, education as tool for indoctrination, the all-present, omnipresent fragmentation of the soil and of our attention as the foundational issue, as it's manifesting here in the listening space with echo chambers, silencing and othering cancer cultures left and right. Are these 11 different problems, or are these 11 different faces of one and the same problem? And if so, what is actually that problem? And I would, I would suggest the title for this, I'm not sure it's readable, so it says Matrix of Absencing. What I mean by that is it's a way of human a quality of human agency where not all of us is present, right? Where we are outsourcing basically significant parts that are frozen in our past patterns but are unable to move forward. So that's what I would say is a little bit our current moment here that we are in between. So what I'm basically saying is something very simple. The systems leadership of tomorrow is about deepening our attention from social systems towards social soil, the quality of our awareness and relationships. And so, which means that if we want to really do all these things that we always say we want to do, there's only one way we will succeed, and that is by cultivating the social soil. You can say, well, that's a really trivial point, right? So what's new about that? Well, I would say that's exactly not what's happening today. Because usually what's happening today is, starting point is a gap, a deficit, a threat that we are mobilizing against. The strategies are based on a disconnect between means and ends. I'm blocking people to get to work, and that is helpful for mobilizing against climate change. And so Gandhi always said, the means we choose need to reveal the ends, right? There cannot be a disconnect. And then support structures, mostly informational. If this is true, when a system is far from equilibrium, small islands of coherence in a sea of chaos have the capacity to lift the entire system to a higher order. So if that is true, what might a different strategy look like? The starting point would be being grounded in aligning attention, intention, and agency. Kind of focusing our attention, right, on what it is that we want to bring in the world, rather than what it is we are just fighting against. Creating strategies that focus on the creation of islands of coherence that embody the future that you want to create through practices in kind of shifting the quality of relationships, and support structures that create kind of generative holding spaces that weave these islands of coherence to ecosystems of coherence. These generative holding places can happen in many different ways. Like here in Cambodia, kind of in high stakes negotiations between indigenous people on indigenous land with their counterparts in government and business, using dialogue, kind of and deep listening. They happen in new mapping methods that Manish will also kind of double click on in the deep dive in the afternoon. So basically so it's basically an accelerator how to move with polarized situations, stepping in all the kind of different roles, current reality, emerging future. They can happen in, bringing kind of change makers together on a country level, like around regenerative cultures in Colombia. They can happen in very traditional institutions, like kind of the UN country teams. We did that in over 30 countries with the UN country teams and humanitarian country teams, working on their key challenges. And so there will be like later kind of an example of that as well in more detail. It can happen in a day, kind of on a country level scale. It can happen over multiple years, like in this case, with grassroots change makers of 17 of the 19 Latin American countries, all grounded in local initiatives that I cannot go into here in detail. It happens on a cabinet level, like here with the newly inaugurated cabinet in Indonesia, and it can happen at scale. It can be scaled kind of in significant ways. So, in closing, systems leadership of tomorrow, I believe, is about extending the attention from social systems to social soil. And what that really means, is cultivating the social soil, which means moving beyond business as usual and focusing on creating islands of coherence, which then are woven together into ecosystems of coherence on a local level, on a regional level, and also on a planetary level. What in this is the failure story? Well, I thought the hard part was creating all these living examples, but I was wrong. Because what I learned since is that if you do this kind of social soil work, and all of us who kind of are engaged in that have experienced that, if you do that, you're basically in the blind spot of the current philanthropic funding paradigm, which is focusing on short-term, measurable outcome metrics that happen to be kind of on this social systems level. And yet, yes, we need that, but we also need the social soil. So I believe that a better balance between social systems and social soil is perhaps the most important leverage points for us as a sector, but also for us as a humanity, to move forward and to connect with the remainder of the 90% of people around us who want to make a positive difference, but who don't know how. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for your profound thoughts. I'm sure the audience has many questions, but please feel free to attend Mr. Sharma's session in the deep dive and ask your questions over there. But yes, it was extremely insightful for us. We're always understanding and trying to learn how to navigate these ecosystems, so a lot of self-reflection can go a long way. On to the next session. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Sharma before we move on. Okay. I'm personally very excited about the panel, To Fail or Not to Try, SELCO Foundation's Journey, with Mr. Harish Hande, our CEO, to moderate the discussion. We understand that he has not shared any of the questions in advance with any of the panelists, so it's going to be extremely exciting. And knowing the four of them, this will be raw, open, and as honest as it gets. So without any further delay, please join us in welcoming our panelists, Mr. Thomas Pulinkav, Director at SELCO Foundation, SELCO India, Ms. Huda Jafar, Director, and Rachita Mishra, the Associate Director at SELCO Foundation. A big round of applause.
Thank you so much for coming here. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Three Idiots? To the people who are from abroad, the Three Idiots was an iconic movie which was shot in this campus. And this was the stage on which it was shot. So you're all lucky to see the sequel of Four Idiots. And as a preview of that. And so I'm also privileged to have my colleagues, and when I said that we have succeeded 1 out of 100 times, Huda was, it seems, told that at least we have started our number.
I'm curious to know what does that 1 mean?
That's myself. So, just to introduce Huda, I think her title is Director. Right. In the last 15 years, she has been with SELCO Foundation for 14, 15 years, and I hardly know any success of hers in the last 14, 15 years. But in the last 2 years, definitely 2 very good successes. She got married and I had a kid. Congratulations. Rachita is, as you know, in our case, the queen of failures, and that's why she is curating this failure conference, and we asked her to invite all the people who have failed. And so you're all honored to have been in this audience and that's when, as you know, she is responsible for curating 80% of this. I think we should all give a hand. And can you see that the SELCO people whom they report to for this are just like, okay, right. So for gender balance, we have Thomas. We have no idea why he's here. Has 30 years of SELCO experience. And so glad to have 3 of them here. And we have not shared any question. I have not shared because I don't know what questions I'm going to ask. And with them, but I have told them one thing I just want to add to it is it's not about failures. Vas says, please don't use the word we. It's I failed. Number 2 is that one thing I would like to ask from the audiences, which they don't know about, is that if you think their answers are diplomatic, please raise your hands, and then they'll have to change their answers. Right. So we want to pull in the audience here, for example, right? So let's start with Huda. Right. I have a list of our all failed programs, which I didn't make a list, but it was too big. So can you basically say, this is also SELCO person. So, which has been your biggest, where you think, and also I want to add, when you're asking your failures, I just don't want to say it's your failure, but also please add to it the consequence of the failure. And why I'm saying that a lot of people say it's my failure, but we do not explain the consequence, because we are in a sector where the consequence of the failure is much larger than you explaining the failure. You might move on. You might move on and change your jobs, but the consequence of the failure is felt by somebody else who rectifies that. That becomes more critical than just. So please also explain the consequence of that failure. Okay, to make it easier. First question. What do you don't tell the funders? Let's start it easy. What do you don't tell the funders?
I mean, the answer is the same. I'm guessing it will be a similar answer for the both of the questions. But so I think what I feel is the bigger failure, rather the biggest failure, and somewhere I don't know if we communicate this to funders or even to others as well, that there is a certain pace or a rate at which we have grown over the years. And I think what ends up happening is the difficulty to, of course, retain a certain quality of, building someone's knowledge and consciousness on what the roots or the philosophy or the thought process is of someone who wants to do ecosystem building, someone who wants to do kind of
diplomatic.
No, I mean, okay, long story short, I think the place where I struggle, or rather I personally have failed, I feel, is to spend more time with lateral leadership that enters the organization, to give it more time. And I think the consequence of that is that we have lost not only really good people maybe along the journey internally, but also critical partnerships and people that we could have gained along the way, which I think overall has affected the pace or the quality at which we could have done work. Because I think somewhere I don't believe there's such a thing as handover. I don't believe that when someone leaves the organization after really, having that, there's no such thing as, okay, you can hire somebody else and hand over. I personally feel like that doesn't work, because I think what you hold in your subconscious, you cannot hand over, I think. I think that is a consequence of the pace at which we have grown. We have been...
You got mad?
No, Yeah, of course. I mean, those things also play a role. I think you do need to somewhere, figure out what also helps you sustain as an individual, right? Like, if you don't sustain, then you can't help anybody else sustain. And I think that's very important. I think that's, don't compare yourself to the Harishas. You can't possibly, meet that. I think just, that's definitely something that I believe very strongly, I think. But yeah, possibly there are conflicting priorities, there are balances that you need to make, there are priorities that you need to make, and you don't always convey those in a manner, and you may also not need to, but yeah, that's probably the same thing that I think consequences are very severe though, because I feel you lose a lot in the process in terms of what the thought process, the camaraderie, the understanding. You could actually build much faster if you may have retained those people partnerships or those thought processes along the way.
Thanks. Rachita, do you agree? Because the complaint is that Huda and Rachita don't answer in time.
I think many people in the audience will also have that complaint. It's not just within the organization. Yes, I do agree, both in terms of that I think generally what I have learned also is that like managing is a very, very different thing than what we imagine. It's like you manage a work plan and a task versus you manage relationships and motivation of people, and what is underestimated is how much effort goes into that. Like even for a conference like this, you can tell people be an usher or register people, but then we want to do it the reason we want to do it is because when you register, you get to know who is at the conference. And that means that while people are taking a name down, they're also saying, oh, what do you do? And that's the relationship that you want in every interaction, which is a very different thing to mentor on. And it takes time. And sometimes I think what we fail on is that we get so, our relationships with people in the organization are so strong that when someone wants to move on, you are just like, ugh. We thought we were friends, we thought we were working on this thing together, and how can this happen? So it's also that, you want people to stick to the cause, you want people to stick in the organization, and you want people to maintain that relationships over a long time and build layers to it. And then you have a lot of these roadblocks and come in the way, and you have to kind of start again. And I think that's where, at least I struggle, when you have to go through that cycle again and again, it's tiring to do that. Again, you cannot compare to many of you who are in the audience, because I feel also stupid that I feel tired after 5 years of doing it, as someone who is a part of a bigger organization, whereas many of you have been doing it for 20, 30 years, and I don't know what keeps the motivation up to do that.
Thanks, Rachita. So, Thomas, I know 30 years, you have had not many at all, but even the smallest, if you can explain to audience, even the smallest one success you ever had.
I think in 2009 we got rid of you from SELCO India. No, but if you were to ask me one thing that I personally would think that I was a success in, is when I think I went on a sabbatical in 2009 with the idea that I come back after 2 years and handed over charge to the next set of people. There was Revati, who was the CFO, who took over as the vice president from me. And there were others in the organization, including the team that is there today, Mohan and a lot of the others. I think the most satisfying thing for me when I came back after 2 years was that I was no longer needed in the organization. So when I came back after my sabbatical, there was no role for me. And I said, okay, I might as well stay out because the organization is doing well. And I thought that was one of the few successes, failures I can list plenty, but one of the few successes that I felt very happy about was that I'm no longer required in an organization, which means I've let the organization grow.
But according to the notes, that was not what happened behind, okay? No, sorry, please stop. No, sorry. Thomas, a failure, actual failure.
many. If one of the things that, when I was thinking of the failures and I had no idea what you'd ask. So I was okay, what is a failure that I can really talk about? Here was, I think, I was very cocky at one point in time when I was the vice president of SELCO, basically saying that, okay, I've created an organization, or we've created an organization that is capable of selling anything to the rural poor. And at that point in time when Shell Foundation came down and requested us to sell cook stoves, and I still remember the conversation that I had with Shell Foundation, when Shell Foundation, EnviroFit, and we were discussing, and they said, do you think SELCO can sell cook stoves? I told them, if we can sell 15,000 rupees or $500 at that point in time worth solar lighting systems to the poor, what is a 1,500 rupee cook stove? And then we started the cook stove program. One of the things that I very genuinely thought that, SELCO will excel in, we will be selling, millions and millions of cook stoves in this world, and then realized that cook stoves was a totally different ballgame. There was absolutely no way that the team that we had created in SELCO could sell cook stoves simply because selling home lighting systems or selling solar, PV systems was so much more easier. There was a panel, there was a battery, there were lights, you go install it. The only variations were what type of panels, what type of batteries, and what luminaires. While every cook stove, even though the product was the same, was a different selling process. For a woman who wanted to cook dal and rice in her house versus a woman who wanted to cook something in North Karnataka, I don't think our team was equipped for that. So cook stove suddenly became a big challenge. And all the more because when we started selling cook stoves, I thought, we would just sell and forget, but then realized that the very culture that we had of providing after-sales service was actually the biggest hindrance to that, because I would have technicians who would go down into the field and come back, after this thing and submit a bill of almost 1,500 rupees to service the cook stove for which I'd sold to the end user for 1,500. And then we actually went back and said, we can't sell any more cook stoves. I think we admitted failure to Shell. It hit my ego very, very badly those days that, I had to say that SELCO can't do something, especially when I was leading the organization, but we had to say we failed.
Thanks, Thomas. So this is both to Rachita and Huda. And Thomas, remember when in the previous days when presentations we were making, right? You had a lot of the aha moments, for example, and then just because the slide was not complete, you add a statement to fill up the slide, right? We need to understand the end user, right? And we add it, or climate is a crisis, right? And then we add it there, right? As to fill up the slides, right? Now that is the main thing, and we have the aha moments 1 or 2, right? And especially, if I read. I hope the RNS team and knowledge team, all the SELCO, please call all the SELCO people inside. So I want them, because we want to be transparent, guys. Be brutal as you want about the own organization. So previously, I used to read our reports after I get up. Now you read my reports before going to sleep. Has the quality in terms of overall in the sector, and also I'm putting SELCO in the middle, why has the quality of reports actually gone down, and why? Or do you agree or disagree? I believe that our reports quality has gone down.
Or are we hiring consultants? I do agree that our quality of reports have gone down. And I think there is an eye for detail. And I don't mean like eye for detail in terms of font is the same everywhere. Earlier, we used to have that problem. That's a very superficial problem. We said we always wanted reports which are practice-based, which means that you're not just saying that, speak about your failures. You're saying when you speak about your failures, because people are vulnerable, X, Y, Z conditions need to be there. And, you need to give details. Like, you need to be a step-by-step guide on. So when I say eye for detail, it's that. I think if I kind of go back, the one thing that happened why we have lost that eye for detail to a certain extent, and I hope it's not permanent, we're rectifying it. But earlier when we used to write, it's like folks who are doing programs end to end, and they are the ones who conceptualize it, they are the ones who implement it, they are the ones who kind of watch it through. And then when you ask them, write a report about this, they know the details through and through. But somewhere when you do it now with bigger teams, communication between the teams need to be so strong. And only because that communication is strong will the person who's the RNS team now, which was just part of the, the implementation team earlier, will be able to write it better. And there are things which also you realize that, a lot of people who come trained as researchers are trained to ask questions to a number of people, but are not trained to have an instinct of, is the person who I'm asking the question saying the right thing or the wrong thing? Because sometimes when you're asking people, even within the organization, a question, their motivation be to finish that conversation quickly and move on, or to make it seem like they're doing a good job, or so do I, as a researcher, have an instinct that I am not getting the right answer or not speaking to the right person in the organization or in the sector is a very different research skill altogether. So somewhere that I think we've also, we need to build more is that while we have research skills and definitely need to have a research team, we need to have an instinct for that practitioner eye and that eye for detail, which is definitely something that needs to be built more by going on the field, by more interactions and more exposure. But yeah, it's not there right now.
Huda?
If I have to build on what Rachita is saying, I think somewhere the people writing the reports, yes, the internal piece is there, but I feel like we often fail to actually put ourselves in the shoes of the person who's reading it and who they are, right? For who are we writing the report, right? And I think somewhere that piece is so critical, because sometimes when I've sat with people also who are writing the report, when you read it back to them saying that, okay, now you put yourself in somebody's shoes who's actually reading maybe 30, 40 reports, who's getting so many things, or think, what will you get out of this? Then I think even they start to rethink, okay, there is a framing issue. There is an issue in, okay, how are we randomly saying this? Because you already know so much and you just assume someone else is coming from the same context and reading it. So somewhere I feel like, making your reports very easy to get and grasp and understand where things are lying, those are, again, skill sets that I feel our report writers are missing, or rather we are missing and we need to do, or rather.
But also think, Huda, that then it's the responsibility of us who are day to day that we are not mentoring enough. We are not mentoring enough. The question is, because sometimes I also say, when I get the reports, rather than sitting with people to rectify and saying what it is, I'm actually unfortunately losing my blood pressure. I do call up Thomas and said, what is the quality of the report? Rather than calling Thomas, same time I would sit with the youngster to actually make it rectified, rather than blaming the youngster, and that's a mistake that I've done in the last 2 years. And so hopefully the blood pressure pills can help change that. But that's something that we are creating, and I myself feel in the room when I feel so bad after letting the youngster go from the room and said, this report, whom are you writing the report just because it's a deliverable that the funder asked? Because what we wanted is that the report should be as good it is today as it would be in 2035. And if I'm blaming the funder, I'm taking the first blame now. And I was reflecting on it, why did I tell that youngster out without telling what should have been done in the... It's very easy to say it was wrong, but I myself am not spending time on doing that at all. And that's ridiculous in many ways, yeah.
I think adding to what Huda was saying earlier, it's not just that, I think we try our best to take time to spend with people, but the time needs to be that quality time. Like we end up spending time on like day-to-day task kind of things versus these real social soil kind of things that we need to develop within the organization as well. So that's the piece that somewhere to say that, as you're saying, like if you come into a review meeting or something, okay, this is not wrong, but this is the way to do it. But then that's a very different meeting and that's a very different it needs time, and we need to kind of create that
I
space
actually
better.
feel like maybe I don't have the answer to this, but I do feel like what you want in the report, what we all want in the report, and the person writing the report, and the person who's actually putting together, they all want the same thing, and they're all thinking in the same way. Like, I'll just give you an example. It's not in the report, right? But a lot of the writers and the people, they have that thought process. They also want what you want. So there is something else that is a gap. No, I don't know whether it's the format, whether it's the methodology, whether it's the way in which things need to be done. Because, like, I'll just give you an example. Right? I didn't want to take names, but just an example. Right? So Shrestha is somebody who writes reports for her. She writes a lot of reports,
Shrestha,
right?
sorry.
So she's been writing about issues of PVTGs, actual end user centric, actual real stuff that's separate from the report. And she's interested in that. We are also interested in that. But somewhere this report is coming in between. So there is something which is off. Either the format or the way or the timing or the methodology, something which is off. Because she does that quality of storytelling, that quality of narrative building. She has that. She's doing that. It's just not in the report. So there's something off with the report itself as the thing. I don't know.
Is it a deliverable at all? Yeah, so
I don't know.
let's
That's what I'm
blame it
saying.
on
Like,
people who
there's
are asking
something
us the
off
reports,
with
right?
the, yeah. No, I mean, no, I'm not blaming it on people who ask. The reports are important, but I think the way in which they are asked and what exactly is the purpose of it and how it should be done needs to be rethought of. I mean, we need to do it. I don't think anybody does not have the appetite to actually rethink what should be in the report and how should the report be developed. But yeah.
So, Anand, I hope Anand is here from Apurva, somewhere he should be. Yeah, Anand is there. So, I hope you help us out here, Anand. So coming back again, I'll come back to Thomas a bit later. We've had some spectacular failures, right? In terms of, we went, at least in the last 4 years, a couple of things that we did, like big organizations to first announce, and then the big announcements have always failed 100% of the time, right? Especially, and unfortunately, both Rachita and Huda don't believe in gender. And so it was on March 8th, 2 years ago, when we launched a huge gender livelihoods program, huge publicity, 25,000 women, etc., etc. Please tell us why I screwed it up.
You mean you?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's your turn, Harish.
No, I can add like my personal failure. I think again another failure that I have had is I think when you think about new things, right? You think about new programs, new institutions, and you want to grow, you want to build in that way. I think one of the most fundamental stupid thing that you assume is that you'll hire somebody and they will run with it and you will kind of advise and you will go along the way and it'll happen, right? And I think this is one of those classic examples where it's great, we have this program, we have this thought process, needs to be done. Stakeholders are interested, women are interested, we have the thought, we have the solution, and let's hire somebody and they will build a team and we will kind of advise them and be the board. And I think that is really that assumption that format is going to work is just so off. I think that's what we tried to do here and failed. As usual, finding the right person was the first challenge. Spending time on finding the right person was the other challenge. We did try, and I think another mistake would be there are certain very talented people in the organization and they end up getting a lot. They already have a lot, you do this also and they're also interested, so they take it up, and then two things start to suffer. What that person is working on also and what the new thing that you've given them also, right? And these are all, I'm guessing these are classic mistakes, but I don't know. I don't know if just we're making them, but I think this is one of those things where we have learned the hard way on not underestimating what it actually takes to get something off the ground, which this one never took off, accordingly. It never took off at all.
Some part of the audience will actually relate it to it at a much how she said some people make a lot of announcements, then create an organization and hire somebody else. Hint, hint, we all know. So the question is, but we failed in these organizations. You want to speak?
No, what was that?
What?
I didn't get it. Who hint? What was the hint?
Don't you think similar announcements have been made and people hire for that announcements and has a spectacular collapse? And then we reframe the word failure and learning. I don't know why we use the word learning at all, right? And the consequences, I'm glad. What is the consequences of that?
I think the consequence of that is that you had a very precious attention time from the stakeholders, from the journalists, from the media, and you really had that opportunity which you lost, which may not come back. I also feel trust gets eroded, and trust is very difficult to build back. It's a marathon, you need to be at it. Of course, yes, XYZ, but much easier said than done, for sure.
But the mistake was mine, because the impulse that we did not do anything and suddenly March 8th was there, and it is again a symbolic thing which we did. And because it was announced, the Chief Secretary of Karnataka, who's now Present Chief Secretary, called and said, can we inculcate this 25,000 women program into the state's program? Everything was in right. And that completely collapsed from an attention span of hours, that if I go back to the Chief Secretary right now, she'll say, talk about everything else, Harish, you do, except that program, because you led us down. I'm sure she's going to say that. So the kind of a personal biggest failure that don't just announce programs like that without having there are 3 or 4 steps that you start taking, and that, rightly Huda said that there was an assumption that those things were actually in place, which was absolute. And the 25,000 women program was the biggest.
Yeah, but I just want to say that, these failures I feel are also important, like they're necessary. I don't know if others also feel that way, that, I feel like if you don't make those announcements, those commitments, if you don't have this vision, then nothing else follows as well, right? Like, I'm just saying there are also things which you have done on an impulse which has worked out, So,
The failure conference?
I don't know how well it's worked out, but...
Not this one. So thanks for that, Thomas sir. Thomas was in charge of Vice President of SELCO India, the social enterprise, and moved on to work for a couple of other organizations as a consultant, and now he works with SELCO Foundation. Tell one that the consequence of one of your failures that you repent.
I think when Dr. Ravi Kannan yesterday spoke about the fact that everybody else in the organization had so many problems, and he did not realize that it was coming, it was there, and these are the issues, and is it a right thing? I don't think anything struck my mind so strongly as the fact that that's what even we did. The same mistakes. Have we failed to understand our team? Have we failed to understand the motivations of our team? Have we, ignored the fact that the youth have very different aspirations from the fact that, they were not driven like us. So one of the things that I think I failed in doing or, creating as a vice president in SELCO was the fact that didn't really bother about creating an induction program where the thinking of SELCO was transferred. In the early days of SELCO, a lot of what we did was transferred because you had senior technicians training the junior technicians, you had senior people, hand-holding the junior people. We were a small team, so we were able to carry on that philosophy very easily. But as the team grew today, I think SELCO India is around 600, close to 600 people, and somehow we had not formalized that thinking process, and I'm sure, I don't think I have the courage to go back and have a similar study like what Dr. Ravi Kannan did in his hospital, because I'm sure the results will be almost the same. And I think one of the things that we missed out was, did we create the consequence of not having done this, have we not created an organization that will keep on having this futuristic thinking, keep on, thinking the way we thought that organization would think. SELCO, I'm talking specifically of SELCO India. Would it be a very different organization in the next 10 years? And would, at some point in time, somebody turn around and say, look, you and Harish screwed up?
Which is right.
That's right. Which is true. Because I think that's something that, even today, yesterday when he spoke, it suddenly struck me, this is the same thing. I could have been sitting in Dr. Ravi's, seat and telling Huda, yes, we did not understand the next generation. We did not understand, what drives them. And I think that's something that the consequences of what will happen is we might have a very different organization than what we planned. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but we will have a different organization.
No, there's a complete failure of both you and me. Failure that everybody would come fire in the belly and somebody, but we had to mentor, and which we, I think, lost, I would say, lost easy 10 years of youngsters that could have been mentored. Thanks, Thomas, for bringing that up, and some consequences you already see, while it's not very surface level, but we would see at the deeper level. So Huda, coming back, what everybody has as a complaint in the civil society, that the problem of the civil society is that it has a CEO founder syndrome. Right?
What's the question?
The question is, isn't it high time to kick the CEO? Because is it high time to kick the CEO out? No, because it's most of the work is done by both of you. Thomas and me are typical Yannis in many ways. I mean, before she kicks me out here. Right? No, but I see there is a sin. I know how we work internally, but there is a criticism outside, right? Two criticisms. One is in a sense that should the CEO be kicked out, number one. And number two is, are we becoming a funder? Right?
Yeah.
But if both of you can take the answer, yeah. And then I want to have Thomas's view on kick.
I'll answer the second question first. So one of the, I would say, more recent failures in the last, 3-4 years that we have seen as we've grown and as we've, taken up new geographies and more complex issues, is because you're bringing in two things, right? One is you're bringing in solutions and you're bringing in resources, right? Like monetary resources. There is a very fair or rather very real failure which has happened in certain states and geographies where we have been viewed either as a funder or as a vendor. Because you're suggesting certain solutions, you become a vendor. Then if that solution doesn't work, it's not working, you need to come and fix it. So you fail to sort of make that distinction, but also because, of course, at the end of it, when the people are dealing on the ground, they're working, they're communicating, there is a very fine line that you draw as a potential ecosystem builders or, network kind of, catalyzers, right? And the worst part is when you become a funder, because you're never ever going to get the real, genuine issues out at all if you're being viewed as a funder. And I think in certain places where we're being viewed as a funder, like I also really have stepped back and questioned, boss, this conversation, there was really something wrong with this discussion because you're bringing in certain resources, right? And you're suddenly being viewed as differently. So I think that is probably something that, again, the learning from that is that stop saying that I'm not a funder or I'm not a vendor. Don't just show it in action. Just keep your head down and just keep proving, through action and through consistent dedication that if you act and if you look like it, if you talk like it, if you act like it, then of course you are it, right? So I think that piece is something that consistently, unless you actually showcase what value add you're bringing in beyond that resource, you're not going to change it, right?
The second one I'll answer, okay? And I'll ask Thomas too. Why I asked that CEO thing is very specifically because as you've seen, Rachita and Huda, the way they are, I mean, they are brilliant and we should give them applause, right? Absolutely, right? And Frank, Thomas and me, we bring in a little bit from the experience side, but little value to that. But it's high time and tell to a lot of the CEOs and the founders, don't stick on if you don't add. So today, Thomas and me have to prove ourselves 100 times more than last 5 years at what do we need to do. Because it's a transaction call, it's a time. It's like, how, are we in, like, for example, we have no clue of what Instagram is or whatever.
That's what our organization is running on, Instagram.
No, but the thing is, things have to change. The civil society has to change. And just putting all the CEOs on spot here, because it's trying to hand over, because otherwise the civil society will know. Because from our own experience of civil society 15 years ago, it was again the elder generation saying that, and you always get these gaps of 10 years, which is dangerous for this sector, not for the private sector at least, for this sector specifically. So Yeah, so about the funder thing, in a sense.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you
I
could-
agree to what Huda is saying. Like mostly many a times when we start a partnership, it can be viewed as a funding partnership, because as someone who's building an ecosystem, you are bringing in the gap resources that are there, that are needed, because of which a system is not working in a certain way. So the first reaction from many organizations can be that these guys are funders, because that's not how many other collaborations or partnerships work. But I think in addition to what Huda said, another thing that we have failed on is often going in a project mode and not remembering what that gap funding was for, and making sure that there is a plan to remove that after a while as well. Our program analytics team, for example, like they have this thing of saying, like, is this a transitionary gap funding that is needed now to get the market to a certain level, prove out an innovation, get the early pilot? Or is it something which would be a subsidy which is always needed, which means that we need to find a source of funding in the system for it? And sometimes all of us have not, like from our side as leadership, and me as well, like I haven't paid attention to having a strategy for that. That needs to be activated 2 or 3 years down the line, but the road for it needs to be laid down today. So while we say, okay, yes, partnership, subsidy, 10%, 20%, where is that going to come out if you're saying you're going to exit and you don't want to be looked at as a funder? That's also part of the system building. So on the funder piece, yes, like I think there are pieces that's my analysis of where it's failing.
So we have, before a couple of more minutes.
See your question.
Question one?
Should the
CEO, yeah, CEO. Thomas.
So I mean, if I can,
You know, Harish, I normally don't like saying good things about you, but if there's one single thing that I can say that you've done well in your life, is that you've identified the next level of people who could take over from you. That's the only credit that I'll give you ever. Okay, if today you've been able to identify these 2 kids, in my opinion, you know, kids. They might be 15 years, but where is 15 to 30? If you've been able to identify, you came in as an intern? You came in as an intern. Mohan, who heads SELCO India today, came in as an office administrator. Now, I don't think I can give credit to anybody else other than you for the fact that you've been able to identify the potential and help them grow. And I think that's where. And the fact that today you and I are redundant is only because you made that happen.
Exactly.
No.
okay,
No,
I
but-
want to like just bring up, so Donald Norman was in office. We had the privilege because of Sanjay and C4EC, and he was in office. And I have to tell you, I think he's 90. And he was sitting across the table from me, and he genuinely was taking down notes. What are we doing? And he actually said, actually, I'm planning to start a new charity. What do you think of X? And I'm just like, okay, at 90, you're planning to start and build an organization. So I just don't see why both of you even bring up these things of, oh, we're redundant, we don't know. I mean, like, what is the... You can take
Harish,
inspiration
let's start a new
from
charity.
No, I'm just saying, like, there
So he
is no
started at
reason
90, we
to
started
even...
60, boss.
Why not?
What is it? I mean, is it...
Sanjay. Yeah, sorry.
No, I mean, I don't know why this is I know that this has been asked, and this has primarily been asked by funders, as far as I understand, in terms of, you know, what is, when are you going to leave, Harish? What is your next plan, Harish? Why are you sticking on, Harish? Like, I do know that this has been asked by that. And again, I don't think, like, I'm going to, like, defend, or I'm going to say what is it that, why is it that we continue to need you, and, you know, but, I mean, I actually don't know why this is even a question.
Can I also, just in terms of,
Is it diplomatic?
can I just say what I
Okay.
need to? Okay. No, I think like when you say founder syndrome, it's a lot in terms of the ideology of the organization. Like, is the decision making one person? And I know that we have lots to improve, and we have in the past, I think like 1 or 2 years, we have to get that back as an organization. But I would like to believe that when we say like SELCO has to have a startup spirit, it is that it has multiple decision makers. And leader thing is, in my mind, like overrated. Every team needs a leader. Like Prakash and others are leaders on the field. And if we don't have that, then of course we are a really bad organization. We're not an organization, we're working for one person. But I don't think like that. Again, I might be Happy Troopers Club with Dr. Ravi, but I am very aware that in 1 or 2 years we might lose it if we don't have, we don't create ways to have leaders everywhere. But I am aware that we're at a very important
So at least
juncture in
almost
the
2 years,
organization.
Ross. 2 years are there for us, not the UA. We are at least better than USAID. So, nobody from there's people from USAID couldn't come. Sorry, for obvious reasons. You know what? They might not be in the organization. Don't worry. Any last couple of thoughts, questions?
I don't know if the audience has any questions. We can, yeah.
They would like to ask.
Oh, that's Manoj. I'll give it to Paul first. Paul. And then Manoj, and the last question to Manoj. Oh, Veena-ji. Yeah. Veena-ji, and then Paul, and then...
So I want to take away the 2 years that Harish just got from his colleagues. I think coming back to the first question, why should you leave the organization? Because you have bigger things to do. Because the challenges in front of the world are staring at you. The priorities at the leadership have changed. And I think a conference like this take cognizance of that, and you should let your leadership go whenever they want to go, because you are ready. That's all.
So, USAID has come in and fired me in a very diplomatic and nice way. Thank you. Yes, Salvatore. And then please pass on the mic to Paul.
Hi. I don't know, Salvatore.
Salvatore from WHO.
I don't know, Harish, why, if you got tired or you are lazy, or I don't know why you want to leave. I don't know what's going on. This discussion is nonsense, Harish. You're leaving. Nonsense. No sense. For different reasons. No. Don't say the no. Think every time I say something, you say no. Wait. Listen. So, of course, the team is amazing and really, guys, wonderful. Every time I come here from another session, for another conference, and coming to this event, and SELCO is really breathing some fresh air. Is wonderful. Big applause to all the team. Really fantastic. The leadership is fantastic, but I think Harish is a little bit, if you take this kind of decision, which I know you will never take, but if you take this kind of decision because the funders are asking for it, come on, that's a joke. Who cares about what the funders are asking? I mean, that's not SELCO philosophy. I'm sorry. I can't stop, listen. I know WHO lost the US, but wait, we are still WHO. Listen. So basically, the point is, WHO didn't have a clue on what SELCO Foundation was until a few years ago, right? Then I talked with my directors, and then I said, no, Maria, really, trust me, I come from the energy sector. I know these guys in India. Okay, bring it here. And Harish spoke with the leadership of WHO. After 5 minutes, WHO was in love with SELCO Foundation, with that guy, called that guy. So you bring, Harish, something which, wait. The point is not the bureaucratic approach, the team is ready, the funders are asking. No, it's something different, right? It's what you bring when you talk to people, when it's not just a bureaucratic. People are ready. I leave and da. So you don't go anywhere, Harish. Stay there, and that's enough.
Paul, hey, I also want to go to conferences, man.
Thank you. I'm happy you spotted me here. I will join Salvatore. I mean, this urgency and this eagerness to leave, you're not going anywhere. It's really true because I am putting it this way. I'm putting it this way. You have built this for a long time.
Paul, nothing about me. So
No,
any
not
other
about
questions you want
I'm
to
coming,
ask?
I'm coming.
No, we are,
I will
we
say
are
that-
diverting from that question.
Let's
It's not-
listen.
yeah, it's about the
Because
failure of
really,
SELCO.
you've built a system, and this system has transitioned into an institution. So even if you leave,
No,
there's nothing. It still
Paul,
stays.
agree, respectful, but let's
Yes.
go back to the
So-
failure of SELCO.
so-
It's not, yeah.
So
we are
going to the
diverting it from
failure,
SELCO.
I see a sense of urgency for new things because of the need to respond to the new.
It was not about CEO, it was the concept.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
I'm coming to the point. So, the sense of urgency to deliver can also lead to failure because there is speed and there are moving pieces, and you want to respond to those moving pieces. So, think about the global hubs. There was a very good thought process behind the global hubs. We experimented for the last 5 years. Can we sit back and review together how those 5 years have been and what we want to do for the next 5 years? I understand there is urgency. Funders are pushing, new opportunities are emerging, but if we don't sit carefully and review the past 5 years and make, because there's a lot of data that we gathered, a lot of information and learnings. If we don't review that carefully and rush into new models with a lot of assumptions, we'll come back after 5 years into a nice conference like this and discuss failures.
Thanks, Paul. So people have specific question on failures. Yes, Landon.
So, at the risk of making you cry, part of the theme that I heard is that you've paid a lot of attention to growing SELCO externally and less attention to taking care of SELCO internally. Is that true? And if so, what are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Landy. I think it's, I would say, internally, we are divided into two parts. One is, lot of the internal work is, there's a good team under Huda, Rachita who are handling it. So I would not say at all, I mean, it's not true that internally we have not grown in terms of capacity. But the way we also push inside the organization, we don't matter if we have done 98% right. If those 2% are not right, let's focus on that 2% and also make it right. Even if somebody criticizes, and that might be a very small criticism of something that we have not done, but let us focus and make sure not to push back the criticism and say that's right and let's do it. So the question is, internally, the pushback that we have had inside the organization is that what is the bar we push? The number one fundamental land is that if you want to be a typical NGO, write a proposal, get the funding, you can do it forever, right? We don't want to be that NGO. We don't want to be that NGO that takes in money for our survival. We are not going to tomorrow, a funder has stopped and it is collapsing, and people hunt for jobs. No, our primary is what is happening to the programs on the ground. Are they going to survive or not, right? So are we that systems level change as an organization? And as Waverly, we want to kill ourselves by 2035. Right? We should be redundant. So if our benchmark is not so high, saying that what is that, if anybody else is doing, then why should we be doing that? So that's why pushing ourselves, we will never be right, and we will always be frustrated because that's the only way to become motivated. So it's a portion, Rajita.
I also wanted to add that I think like the Harish gave this title to fail or not to try, and I think somewhere like we strive the organization to be something that is saying that to fail or not to try, but also what are we continuously failing on, and so it needs to be improved upon, because it really depends on what we define our success metrics as. So we can say that, oh, everyone's very happy, very comfortable, you know, we're coming to the office, we are doing our work, you know, people are getting energy solutions, all is good. But it's creating that uncomfortable space all the time, which is saying, is that good enough? And so, like, have times have changed? Do we need to change? Has our capacity increased? And so we can do a lot more. And I think that's the piece that is really the to fail or not to try for me, which is like, you know, are you constantly like looking at what you're failing on? And somewhere internally in the organization, that's not an easy place to be, because you're constantly told what you are not doing well. It's coming from a good space. It's coming from the say that your role in the sector, as I think all of us understand it as SELCO, is to say what are we not doing right and push yourself in that uncomfortable spot. But it's not a space for everyone. And that's the piece which is hard.
So there's a text from Rohini who says, I'm glad people pushed you back. If I were there, I would have demolished you. Rohini, who's watching on YouTube.
Yeah, here. Harish and everybody on the panel, Huda, Thomas, and Rachita. I'm Varsha. Important objective of this conference is also learning from failures, right? So when failures happen, egos get hurt, confidence get demolished, trust gets eroded. Lot of not only the mission, but lot of soft damage that happens as part of that failure. What do you do, each one of you as a leader, not to let that failure lead to another failure?
I can do.
There's
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Harish. So we all touched upon the failures that happen internally, right? The consequence of a failure to the internal audience, which is the organization. But what I'm curious to understand is the impact of our work is for beneficiaries. So what are the failures that happen from SELCO on ground? What changes for beneficiaries? Because as beneficiaries, they won't care about what happens in the organization, but what happens to them? So on the ground, what are those failures? That's something that I'm curious about.
Samir, and then I think. Yeah.
Yeah. See, my question is, yes, this is a conference on failures, but somewhere I'm getting a sense that with the organization's review, there is a pendulum towards being overly critical. And I'm just wondering, is that necessary for an organization? Or is it, somehow I always believe it's good to have balance in whatever we do. It doesn't have to be one extreme or the other extreme. And so while I understand review is very important, analyzing is important, evaluating is important, do we need to keep focusing on failures for an organization to move on and continue in its mission? That is number one, you know. And my second question is, why is there so much of discussion on individuals in the team? See, the whole team is one unit working towards a certain mission. So why this focus on you leaving, me becoming redundant, you becoming important? So why are we talking of these single units? Because all the units together make up the team. And so these are two questions that are bothering my mind. So.
Additional question.
One second, just 1 second. Can you just pass the mic to Samir and then Manoj? Samir has had this
Okay.
for a very long time, sorry.
No, I just wanted to substitute for Rohini. I think you've been discussing failure from a very safe space of the past. Right, the team you have assembled, I mean, you're one of the rare organizations which has invested in systems thinking, some really solid work. You have more goodwill than most of us will ever have. This room is testimony to that. You cut across sectors, you cut across work. Why do you hold yourself back to specific domains, specific geographies in your thinking, in your ability to respond to things? How do you know you're failing if you're not shooting higher? I mean, I'm taking a windscreen view, not a rear view mirror view.
Just to add to what you said, I was about to talk about. See, I was expecting little more brutal self-analysis from you guys because you are friends and we trust you and you are in a very safe environment. Since yesterday, I'm seeing people are not talking about failure actually in this conference, right? We are actually talking about failure also for the claps, right? What you are discussing are standard operating and strategic issues every organization faces. You know why I am sitting here in the audience as your partner, friend, well-wisher, and someone who admires you, that you would have given at least example of one program that failed and its consequences. You are not talking about that. You are talking about some 2009 Cell Foundation cook stove stuff. Last 5 years, you have done some wonderful programs. We all look at you as, you know, you are inspiring to all of us in this sector who are new. You need to pick up one program which failed, and I'm sure all of us have failure in our portfolio, and talk about that. We admire you for that, right? We're talking about Harish is indispensable or not for the, that we can discuss separately with Anshu also whether Gunj will survive without him and all that. Well, be real. Guys, we are here, all of us are here, I don't know how many people will agree with me, we are here because we love you. We love your work. So talk about some real stuff. Don't give this, you know, Huda is this and Harish is this. We know that.
Yes, I have an additional question to SELCO. I'm living in Usmanyanga. I'm coming from Tanzania. We found SELCO founded the same way when Kakute was founded in 1995. But my question here is that the organization is about the mission and vision. Now, when you started SELCO, you had a vision and mission. Who owned that vision and mission by that time? Now, has the mission and vision changed? Who changed it? And who owns it? If the owner of the vision and mission now have changed, then you are correct of what you're saying. But if you are still own that, you cannot get a way out from it.
Sure.
But now, you have two programs, one which is scaling to international and one which is local. Is the ownership different? Is it the same organization or different organization?
Thanks, Man. We can maybe 2 more questions and then we'll do closing round is what I'm thinking.
My question.
Ambuj.
My question.
So yeah.
So
then
when you started the discussion and Harish asked you guys about the failures, and then you told us about you didn't give more time and you prioritize different things, that is family. But in the last talk, we heard that family is also important, and I think you are saying that time is always limited. So the answer I feel from you is a very superficial, because time is going to be always limited, and we have to give time to family, to our organization. So I want you to dig more. What is the real cause?
Sure. Okay. Last question, Ambuj Sakan, and then we'll do closing.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm Vijay here, and my question is that there is this constant sort of a dilemma as leaders, as individuals taking decisions with the team and for the organization. And when we say we keep failing and we keep, there are consequences to it, there are decisions that we take and that have consequences both for the community, for the organization, and overall. And there is this dilemma with the point that after having failed so many times, right? The question is that why do you even continue, right? So, there is this push that you keep persisting, you keep trying, you keep falling and you keep waking up and you keep trying, right? And the other point is that they say that you need to know when to quit, when to leave, right? How do you as leaders handle this dilemma? Because if you're failing so many times and if it has consequences, then what right as a leader, as me, should be even continuing, right? And at what time should I even be taking a call saying that, no, I think it's probably time and I should move on? I think that's something that I probably would like to hear, and based on your experience, if we failed so many times, then why haven't we thought about that?
Last question. Yeah, thanks. I actually do want to come back to the CEO question, but I don't want to make it about Harish. It's really, to me, the question is not about Harish, but I think it's a really important question for the civil society space, which is what he actually prefaced his question with. A lot of civil society organizations do have a founder syndrome. And the question, I think, at least what I read and what Harish was kind of trying to engage with is, what is the right time for someone to leave? I don't want Harish to leave SELCO. I think SELCO is doing great stuff. I've learned a lot from them. I'm a friend and an admirer, so this is not about trying to get Harish out. I think it's to provoke a bigger conversation, because I think, to me, such a conference is not only about reflecting on past failures, but also anticipating what might lead to future failures, not only not in SELCO, but in civil society more broadly. And I think that question is a really important question. It doesn't need to come to a closure on the panel. I don't think it's about this particular individual in this particular case, but I do hope that that question will cause for some greater reflection within our own ecosystem more broadly, because I think it's a really important question, and I certainly see it very critical to our future of our civil society organizations. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
No, I just could not resist stepping in. And Harish, I'm also getting text messages from Rohini. I think what is most important to understand is that we are all talking together about failure because it's in the context of building resilience. It's not in the context of failing and rescinding or failing and going back. The question is, every failure makes us more resilient. I think that framing we are losing, right? When we are talking and listening to Huda, listening to Rachita, Thomas, or you, we are understanding the recognition of failure, but I think what we really want to learn is, how do you build such a resilient organization? Because resilience is the ability to function under failure, right? And I think that's what is a big learning, and I think if you reflect on that and share, failures are there with all of us. All of us face at different points in time, but that makes us more resilient, because what the society need is extremely resilient leaders and resilient organizations to build the resilience of the society, because failures are everywhere. So I think while the amping up of the failure and Harish's intent at making this brutally honest is great, but I think we would like to learn what makes us resilient, the ability to function under failure.
Maybe we should have started with the questions, because now there's a pressure to summarize in 2 minutes what is probably like good lengthy discussions. But I'll take one or two, and then of course maybe go into discussions later. In terms of programmatic failures, I think we've had many. And I think we often don't have a strategy. We throw like 100 things like that, and then 2 of them catch attention and rest of them fail. But like my personal failure is something that I still, like I hope we're able to revive this year, is our urban strategy. Like I started at SELCO, I think 5 years, we had something where we were looking at urban energy issues, and urban vulnerability is just so different, and we underestimated it badly. We worked in a city like Bangalore where the civil society is structured very differently than some of the older cities where poverty has existed and migration has existed since a really, really long time. And everything that we were doing was a band-aid. You just keep putting money in, you keep putting grants in, and you were never really creating a safety net which was resilient. It would always break and kind of fall apart. And that's where we actually let it go. Our urban portfolio does not exist anymore. Like but of course, like there is a, like urban poverty is sometimes worse than rural poverty. There are not many people working on it. So I always feel like we need to get back to it, but we don't really have a strategy for it. So that's like one personal failure. And with growing urbanization, it's something that I feel as an organization we should take up. And it has consequences, of course. Many communities, I think there were 20 slums that we were working in Bangalore, which we don't work in anymore. And we don't know how to go back to it as well. But it doesn't feel right because you're pumping in money and you're taking it from somewhere else. You have to always make that choice. And in terms of like, how do you kind of cope with failures? I think it's easy to say I failed. It's hard to make it a productive failure. It's hard to dissect the failures from it. Like even for example, in this conference itself, I can say 400 people came in, listened to failure conversations. 60 people came in and actually told about their failure stories. Maybe one person will actually go back and rectify and will be able to dissect the learnings and have the decision-making power in their organizations as well that they'll be able to rectify. So there is, I feel like I don't know how to kind of do that. We can do something like an impact failure conference, but I don't think like civil society, we have structures which would allow us to actually imbibe it and actually make the change. So yeah, I hope it's not a conference that we see 10 years down the line where people are just still talking about failures. I don't know.
So just to respond to a couple of questions and final remarks as well, I'm guessing. I think there were two questions around programs. So we have failed in so many programs and projects, and I think we've documented it so much and spoken about it so much, which is why we didn't focus on programs. But there are cases where we have actually made the poor poorer, I would say, with our interventions. It's documented cases. There are cases where we wanted to do, work around, district blanketing and really saturation approach, and that's ended up being a very shallow numbers game. If I can, honestly say, that's what it's ended up being, right? And there are a lot of documentation also. I think you went, where have you failed on the ground? There are post-harvest processing solutions, there are value chain solutions, cook stores. I think those failures are plenty, which is why we didn't talk about failures on the ground in programs, but definitely that's a different discussion. I think there were two questions around, resilience, why do you continue to fail? And I think the third question that Varsha had asked was around how do you avoid future failures? I think we actually believe that failures is a very positive term. I think a lot of people feel it's so negative and it's really, not really the right word and it's too strong and it's, I actually feel like we fail and learn every day, and I feel like that's actually, it helps each one of us, or rather it's helped me to figure out ways what not to do, right? At least you know what to avoid, what not to do, and how to go about things which are not good, right? At least you're removing that from the equation, which I think takes you closer. There is no silver bullet. If any of us had a silver bullet, I think we would be applying it and we would all be learning from that. So I think that we consider failures positively. We do feel, I think, Sanjay, critically what you asked is how do you build resilience? I can only answer that personally. I don't know how we've managed from an organizational perspective. It's a combination of, I believe, luck, timing, partnerships, people, all of those aspects that has kind of led to certain things. But I feel like for me, it's taken a lot of letting, and I want to use Otto's phrase here, letting ego go. It's just a lot of letting ego go completely, very in a very real manner, that you cannot hold on to, position control. I think there's certain things which happen which you just need to, just step back and sort of say, okay, let's reflect and move forward. Not go into why did this happen, why was this not there, why did that, just keep, I think keep focusing on what you can do better is kind of something that's, and without actually putting stress and pressure on yourself that pushes you down a negative spiral. I think as long as that frustration keeps you positively motivated, that's important. The moment that frustration starts pushing you lower is when you need to be like, okay boss, something is off here. So I think that's what helps me pick up every day and say, okay, we failed, we need to keep going on, because at the end of it, we are all here to work for that, that end user, that last mile farmer, the women entrepreneurs, and I think that is what you need to keep in mind. Okay, 100 things happen, I'm still here for that, so I will let everything else go and continue to work towards it. I think that's just a piece on resilience, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can take it offline on the priority piece. I'll definitely discuss that offline.
I have failed on one thing. One is that if there are too many questions, I don't know which one to answer. So, but having said that, I think there were two questions, one on failure and resilience, and one that somebody spoke on, if you failed so many times, don't you need to go? If that's the case, none of us would be here. I think the fact that we are here because we failed is the fact that there is resilience in us, and the fact that we want to make a change, which is why we're talking about our failures, we're discussing about our failures, we're trying to bring out more and more failures in the whole process, simply because I think somewhere we are trying to build that resilience into us and be able to become those agents of change. It's got nothing to do with individuals failing, because when I started SELCO with Harish, I think every alternate day was a failure because none of us knew how to run a business. We were like absolutely fresh, no idea of how to get things moving. We'd never run a business before. We failed, we got up, we walked again, we failed again, and again we failed. There were times when, the organization almost closed, and we had some wonderful investors who came and rescued us in the process. Even, I think, very recently, Harish and I were talking about, will we last another year or more? I'm talking of SELCO India, but the fact is that I'm confident that we will, and we will move forward. And I think that's the sort of culture that we were able to build in the team, and something that I'm very proud of.
Huh? Nothing to add. Nothing to add to just say that we will. I still remember the day when I heard a shouting in the office and went there, and Thomas was really shouting at somebody, and then he looks at me and said, Harish, either he leaves or I leave. And both of them are still there. So we are resilient. That was 25 years ago, so both of us are still there. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, part of it, all our colleagues, stakeholders. Let's do it because we are not doing it for ourselves, and we're doing it for ultimately the 5 billion people who have to have safety nets. And with climate coming in, it's our responsibility to make it happen. Thank you so much for this, and let's have a quick coffee break because we have exciting 2 sessions on policy and education. Please come back.
Yeah, okay. That was basically it. We'll break for coffee right now, and we'll be back for the plenaries. Thank you.
Fell off. Yeah, just another
12?
11. No, 12. You'll have to say.
We can head back for the plenaries at 12 o'clock. 12.
ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡು ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಮಾಡು ಅದೇ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೋ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಾಕು ಹಂಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಈ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇದರದ್ದು ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಮೋಟ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ನೀನು ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ದಾ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಕಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು ಅದೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇಗ ಅಂತ ನೋಡು ಹಲೋ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪೀಸಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ
Speaker wants one of these column lights. So if you can just have that testing will happen as soon as he comes in.
ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಕೇಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಈಗ ಏನಾರು ಆಫ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಏನಂತ ನೋಡೋಣ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನವನೀತ ನಂಗೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಂಗೆ 2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದೆ
Yes, we'll be discussing policies next. Policy is key to incentivizing markets and civil action towards wicked problems that lie at the intersection of climate and growing inequality. We have our speakers, Mr. Rehan Elahi, Lead Energy Specialist at SMAP World Bank, Mr. Gurbaz Gonul, Director of Country Engagement and Partnerships at the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, Ms. Richanda Van Leeuwen, currently the President of Hummingbird Green Solutions, but she also headed the Energy Access Portfolio at the United Nations Foundation. Today, we're excited to have Mr. Carl Pope, Principal at Insight Trade Strategies, with us to join the discussion. The session is being moderated by Mr. Peter Goldmark, who previously directed the Climate and Air Program at Environmental Defense Fund and has a distinguished career in both public and private sectors. We welcome you to the stage, and on to you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
So welcome to a discussion. It will be a difficult discussion at times because we are here to discuss the global system of policies, investment, financial tools, many other kinds of regulatory or semi-governmental functions. It is an area that is complicated and controversial. It is an area that is hard to measure, hard to change. And it is a global system whose most obvious and outstanding characteristic is that it is non-systematic. So we're going to use this discussion to explore together, to learn each one from the other what some of the problems and what some of the opportunities that may be linked to those problems are, as we prepare to assemble the tools and the strengths and the insights to try and find a path forward that avoids the climate disaster we are now headed for and creates a path towards ending poverty and economic fairness. And a special salute from me, who is a member of the oldest generation here, to those of you who are leaders of the next generations, because we are not leaving you a very successful or brilliant track record. And my personal role in the few years I have left on this planet is to try and help those of you who will be wrestling with these problems to do a better job than my generation did. For contrast, and to share something with you that I know 99% of you have never heard, I'm going to read a short prayer that comes from the Iroquois nation of indigenous people in the United States. And the reason I know none of you, with possibly a couple of exceptions, have heard of it is because it isn't written down anywhere except on this piece of paper that's in my hand. It was presented one night about 30 years ago around a campfire in Colorado at a meeting I was attending by a chief of the Iroquois Nation. And it moved me so much that I dashed back to my tent and wrote it down, and I got together with the chief over breakfast the next morning to fill in the blanks that I hadn't been quite sure of what to put. There is a law of nature. Man is not the ruler. The law applies to the four-leggeds and the wingeds. The law applies to man. Let us bring our heads together as one. So be it that way. The law applies to man. If you do not listen to the law, then there will come a time of suffering. The law will seek retribution. Let us bring our heads together as one. So be it that way. All the suffering of our mother, the earth, has been brought by man. The law works in twos. The sun and the moon, the day and the night, male and female, birth and death. Let us listen to the law of natural things. Let us bring our heads together as one. So be it that way. So let us today bring our heads together as one. We have 4 panelists who are going to make presentations. I will allow each of them in the early moments, if they wish to say a word about their background or how their lives and careers have intersected with the broad problems we're talking about today. But their bios are all written up in the programmatic material you've seen. We have agreed as a group that we're going to stick to the 8 minutes recommended time for each presentation, and as a matter of fact, I and the ladies running the conference are going to give them a warning at 7 minutes so that they know it's time to bring their presentation to a close. And then we are going to open it up, because it's very hard to look you in the eyes and say with a straight face that the five of us have some expertise in the matter we're going to be discussing that you don't have, so you just need to listen to us. That's not the situation we are in, folks. So I want you to come in during the discussion period, and you should feel free, if you want to direct a question to a panelist, something they said, you may do that. If you want a specific person to answer, address, or response, you can do that. You can throw it at us a whole. Just let us keep on one track, though, in terms of trying to keep the conversation flowing and moving forward and not scattering all over the place. So, with that opening, I'm going to introduce our first panelist, which is Rehan Elijah. And he is the only one of the four, I believe, who has a slide presentation this morning. And you notice we are not using the commercial code ASCII. Am I right on that, lady? That's what Saruba and I agreed. We're not going to be using that in. We're going to keep all of the discussion right here. And after the panelists have finished their presentation, we're going to get the lights back up so that we can see each other. Over to you, Rehan.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon. Thank you. It was quite an intense session, the last one. I'm still having difficulty focusing on this one. So I thought that probably you also have the same challenge that I'm having. So I thought, why don't we try a little exercise so that we can all come to this room and focus on this presentation that we are going to talk about. I would request you to play along with me. Can you, for a moment, close your eyes and then think of your loved one, and imagine that with your loved one, you're having a candlelight dinner. I hope it's a relaxing image that you have in your mind. Please hold on to that image. And now, keeping that candlelight still on, imagine that there's the only light source that a mother now has when she's delivering her baby in a health center which does not have electricity. It's no longer a relaxing image, is it? And to me, I think this is a failure. This is a failure of our current generation. This is too big of a failure. And I think in 2025, it's not acceptable. When we are thinking of going to Mars, space travel has become a part of tourism. Still, about 70% of schools in sub-Saharan Africa do not have reliable electricity. 60% of health centers in sub-Saharan Africa do not have reliable electricity. So our fellow citizens, colleagues who live in rural, remote areas, still going to school without any modern technologies to learn from, mothers delivering babies in health centers without any modern facilities, that is not something acceptable. So while it's a global failure, I want to reflect it on me, because in my lifetime, I have actually thought I had many successful projects where we could not take grid electricity to those villages and health center schools, but we thought, wow, we now have innovative solar technology. Why don't we electrify the schools and health centers with solar systems? And then I personally, through support from the World Bank and many government ministries, have electrified thousands and thousands of health centers and schools. We thought we did a great job, because not only we electrified them, we also ensured that there is a operations and maintenance contract during the project time. We trained the government staff to maintain them, and we thought, done. The project ended highly satisfactorily, most of them. But then what we found that after 2 years, only after 2 years, after the project ended, more than 50% of the systems, solar systems, stopped working. Not that the solar systems was of poor quality, not that the systems broke down, but because simple things that, say, the battery was not maintained, or if a switch went bad, there's no budget in the health facility to replace that switch or to replace that light. The whole system stopped working. And that brings me to the major policy failures, I would say, of ours, of the donor community, where we have designed projects with only capital funding and thought that the operational part would be taken care of by the governments. But it hasn't happened. And it hasn't happened. Yeah. It hasn't happened, and it is not even happening. And even now, we see more and more projects being designed only focused on funding coming from the donors for the capital expenditures without having any provision how the operational budgets will be taken care of for the long term. I have also experienced health facilities and schools where, let's say in year 1, the solar panel was funded by the World Bank. Then in year 6, it stopped working, and then another donor funded it, and then in year 10, again they came back to World Bank, and we again funded the same school and same health centers, where the year 1 system could have run until year 20 if they had managed the operational budget. So that's one major policy failures that I have experienced in my lifetime, and I'm still struggling on how to address that. The other one, which is again I feel is too big to fail, is today we have about 685 million people who don't have access to electricity. And these are the people who live in the far remote rural areas. The grid electricity may not reach them on time, and probably the best source that we can offer to them is either through mini grids and standalone solar systems. But even tier 1 level systems are too pricey for them because they have affordability challenges. They live in fragility, conflict, violence areas. So there has to be some subsidies that should be provided to them, even to make tier 1 level access affordable for them. But at the same time, the rate at which we are progressing today, by the year of 2030, the year of SDG 7, at the same pace, we'll still have 600 million people without electricity access. But right now, the other problem that we are facing is we are debating. Instead of trying to see how quickly we can electrify these people with solar home systems, with solar lanterns, with mini grids, with grid extension, or whatever not, we're still debating because look at this family. Maybe they have a rural house with 1 room, and probably they only need a solar lantern or a solar home systems with 2 lights and 1 mobile phone charging to meet their bare minimum. But we are debating that, is this good enough? Is tier 1 access good enough? Or should we be giving them a tier 3 level access so that they can really make economic impact? And that debate is delaying us further and further from actual action, which is focusing on how to electrify them. We are debating whether tier 1 and tier 2 level access with solar systems are good enough for these households who don't even able to afford those, let alone tier 3 level systems. We're thinking of how to give them appliances so that they have dishwashers, washing machines, refrigerators, because without that, how can they bring in economic impact in their life? So if we continue with that debate, we will never be able to achieve the results. And this failure, either you call it policy or direction, will remain with us. And while the humans are going to Mars and going to space travel, millions and millions of people will remain here without electricity, without water, without hygiene, and all. So with
7
that, let me
minutes,
stop.
Rehan.
Thank you.
7 minutes.
I'm done.
Very good. Our next speaker is a very distinguished person who has a long history with SELCO, which I will not go into in detail, but I'm looking forward to hearing what she has to say. Rashenda Van Leeuwen.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was on the board of SELCO for 12 years, so any failures of SELCO during that time are on my shoulders because as board member, I should have been on it. So, particularly Thomas, the cook stoves actually were a success because had that succeeded, had you continued with the cook stoves, it would have affected the bottom line of SELCO. So as a board member, my fiduciary responsibility was to help you kill the cook stoves program. So we can go into that later. Even though I've been an advocate for clean cooking. So I'm glad Rehan presented his presentation. I was actually going to make some of the same points. So my failure was that I was one of many, by the way, and I think Harish invited me because he knows me very well and that I failed many, many times during my career. My failure was being the head of energy access at the United Nations Foundation in 2010, working with the incredibly talented Dr. Kande Yumkela, who did not fail. Any failures are on me, as we were developing what became the Sustainable Energy for All initiative. And one of my roles particularly was to advocate for the inclusion of off-grid solutions as part of the solution set for energy access. And part of my role there, as we were building what we thought was this movement, and there was a lot of excitement about it, the timing seemed right, we had this incredible leader, Kande, in the UN system, bringing together the World Bank came on board, and I'll probably tread on toes by saying this, but the World Bank and the UN at that time did not always have a reputation for close cooperation. The UN had never really taken on energy. We were able to bring it in under the guise of sustainable development because climate was toxic at that point, because the climate negotiations in Copenhagen had collapsed. So it was this great heady moment. And I was full of the opportunity to advocate for off-grid energy solutions. And I set up something called the Energy Access Practitioner Network. Some of you who are in it are in the room today. All of you have scars from having been not in the network, but having been in the off-grid sector for those years. Our intention was really to show that there was a there now in the off-grid sector, that you didn't just need to wait for the grid to arrive, that in fact these solutions were appropriate for the very poor, they were available, the quality was there, LED light bulbs came with solar panels, now we had a solution that could really help to take off. And I remember getting very heady because I got engaged with this advocacy, and I met Akon, who is a Senegalese-American rapper in Washington, D.C., and I'm not a rap fan, but I went up to him and I said, will you come and speak at the UN? And he came and spoke at the UN, and he promised not to use any four-letter words, and he didn't. And we got 350 million hits on Twitter, and I thought that was amazing. However, fast forward to today. The energy access sector, in terms of what we did, yes, we created a lot of attention. We created a lot of buzz at that time. We got a lot of people together. We rapidly grew. We had 2,300 members at the time I was with the United Nations Foundation for 6 years. And we really did create a lot of momentum. Unfortunately, at the same time, we created a little bit too much buzz with investors who had not been in the off-grid sector, who came in and who did not hear the words that this is impact investing, this is blended finance at best, that in order to bring somebody what's a tier 1 solution, and by the way, the tiers became a bit too rigid. You know, I think they were only ever intended to be indicative and not declarative or definitive. They became too excited, and so there was all talk about unicorns and hockey curve sticks and scale, 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 and the people got lost in the mix, and the companies got lost in the mix, and a lot of the off-grid sector got burned along the way because they ended up being forced to take on capital that was not really well tailored for the sector. And so, yes, they took it on, and then they found out that once they couldn't reach the commercial returns of, and I'm a former VC investor, they have to have an IRR of 20+% and maybe better than that, then we really had done a disservice to the sector by not, from the outset, really tailoring the impact investment that these companies needed. There are some success stories today. They carry lots of debt. However, and of course, COVID really decimated a lot of the off-grid sector. However, those success stories also, for the most part, and SELCO, I will call a success story, is embedded and came from India, but that's the rarity. Most of them came from outside the countries where they work. We did not do enough to help support local entrepreneurs. And I spent the last 4 years at the Aspen Institute before I'm currently an independent consultant, really trying to focus on entrepreneurship ecosystem building, because I still see that we have not paid enough attention to helping entrepreneurs in country and from out of country, but build those markets for that sustainability so that that system, that mechanism is in place in the country. It's not the World Bank who should be maintaining the system, but it should be the technicians, the support staff in country who are able to maintain those systems. And we did a lot of fancy design work. I remember IEC 62257 in my sleep, looking at standards for quality of solutions. But if it's not maintained, it will fail. Today, I'm helping, another failure that we've experienced is that we are focused very much on big numbers. And of course we are, because there are still many, many people to reach. But in that, we've also lost sight of some of the pioneers who are today struggling to raise smaller tranches of capital. And I've spoken to some friends in foundations here just these last couple of days who are saying, well, of course, we provide grants in the millions and it's difficult for us to provide smaller tranches of capital. Right now, I'm working with 2 off-grid energy providers who are both highly regarded, long-time experience. One is working in Honduras with indigenous communities in Honduras who cannot afford even a tier 1 solution. The other one is working in the Solomon Islands, which is a country of 900 islands, which only has 20% energy access. And they are trying to raise money for a pre-feasibility study for energy access and electrification on one of those islands. And I say that because I am failing to help them find that money. One of them needs $200,000 in subsidy to help with bringing that energy access to the rural poor in Honduras. So it's not sub-Saharan Africa. We know the numbers in sub-Saharan Africa, and there are huge needs there. In Solomon Islands, we are challenged now to find pre-feasibility funding. And I realized, I was reflecting on that, and I realized it's not a personal failure. So as a system, I'm really sort of calling out for us in the heady announcements, the big initiatives that have come underway. Many things over the years that we've seen, wow, we've got these new announcements and commitments, and, I think we were guilty at SE for All of commitmentitis at times as well, because big commitments were made, but we found it very difficult to actually track whether they were met. Let's focus on the small. Let's also focus on really looking at where those needs are and talking to the practitioners in the sector who are working with those last mile communities and starting again with where they are and helping them to serve the people that they're working with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richenda. Our next speaker is Gulbez Gono, and he's actually the person on this panel I know least well, so if he wants to explain to you the kind of trouble he's causing in the world, I will leave that up to him, or you may wish to go right into the presentation. Up to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. To be honest, this is not an easy conversation for me, or just something that I'm used to do, because we don't talk about failures much. I mean, if you go to an international organization, and me being an international civil servant, if you go to an international organization, ask where did you fail, you hardly get a response. For international organizations, there are certain things they do very well. There are certain things they do not so well. I mean, you can call them failures or shortfalls. Some of them are at the organizational level, individually, but some of them are a collective shortfall or failure with the partners. And some of the things that I'm going to talk about right now, I would be very pleased to share the responsibility of failure with also SELCO Foundation, which is our very close partner in the energy access space. Energy, IRENA, I don't know how much you're familiar with IRENA, was the intergovernmental organization for promoting renewables and a renewable-based energy transition. And one of the major failures that we have seen, and I think we are definitely part of it, is the disconnect between policymaking and ground realities. As you know, the policymaking is usually done at a very high level with high-level inputs, without really paying attention the priorities on the ground and what the impact it would create on the end user, because we are all talking about this end user design of our own interventions, and we focused our interventions, but also how much the willingness or readiness of the end user to accept that policy. And for instance, just to give you an example from IRENA. IRENA, we go to a country, our ambition, our task is to promote renewables. We work with the government closely to how we can raise the ambition with deploying renewables, develop strategies, work plans, and how we can integrate more renewables into the grid or develop off-grid solutions. But most of the time, do we pay enough attention to those enablers of that deployment? Are we looking clearly into the infrastructure needs? I mean, what are the infrastructure challenges which are hindering the integration? Where do we see, for instance, supply chain challenges? Do we have the necessary service and supply chains available in the country? Do we have the skills to be able to match up with the ambition? Do we have the financial means and financial mechanisms to support that? I think it is all a comprehensive picture, and we try to push things in one way without really looking into the ingredients of it carefully. For instance, give you an example in Malawi, and pushing Malawi to integrate more renewables into the country, where the country is suffering from having too much solar in the grid. And the grid is regularly failing because of this, difficulties with the voltage that they want to maintain. And this, I think we have a similar picture in the energy access space. I think the colleagues already highlighted the failures and how many millions, billions wasted for investments into mini grids or otherwise, without really looking into the operational and maintenance dimension of it. Put solar grids, individual solar, household solar grid systems, and without any training on how to maintain it, how to keep it up. Putting on mini grid systems, and then having, without really paying attention, the affordability and having high costs coming out of it, and nobody buys electricity. And how many millions we have spent for that. I think the main issue here is we are coming up with incomplete solutions for complex problems. And why don't we pay enough attention to prepare the programs or the work we do and become part of the ecosystem to understand better everything and spend enough time for that, and then move and try to design programs and projects and implementation accordingly. How can we develop those local capacities in place? Because these are local projects, it requires strong local capacities. and how we can invest on it rather than coming up with artificial agendas. How we work with strong technical partners to come with strong technical projects, programs. And obviously, innovation is important, innovation in technology, business models, but how we should also understand the local realities and local experiences and local knowledge and build on that. What best innovation is, a solution that can be implemented practically. And that requires clearly and local knowledge and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Carl Pope. Carl is a legendary figure in the history of the environmental movement in this country, and I believe does not have a super close relationship with SELCO over time, but has certainly been involved in the same issues as SELCO. Carl, over to you.
The world has largely forgotten that climate change was supposed to be over by now. There was a plan, there was a schedule, there was a pull date, and it involved the United States electing a visionary pro-climate protection president in the election of 2008. We did, Barack Obama. The second step was the US Congress was to pass a binding economy-wide climate bill of some sort, which Obama could take to the COP that year, which was in the snows in Copenhagen. And then the world would use Obama's leadership, the American example, and would craft a global, legally binding, climate adequate bill. That was the plan. As we all know, it did not happen. The first ingredient was satisfied. The United States elected Barack Obama, and Barack Obama would desperately have liked to be able to deliver a permanent economy-wide climate deal. Then we got to the problem of the US Congress, and the problem we faced was there were two different theories within the climate movement about how to do it. One which had the advocacy of most of the world's economists, most of the global government's treasury departments, in the environmental movement in the United States, the bulk of climate organizations, particularly more establishment ones like the Environmental Defense Fund. And their theory was there was a market failure that people didn't pay enough for burning coal, oil, and gas because they didn't pay for the climate damage they did. Let's make coal, oil, and gas more expensive, and they will then migrate to something cleaner. I call that theory climate austerity. The other theory was that as the United States had done over the years with its own pollution programs, the important thing was simply to say, no, it's not acceptable to sell a power plant that belches mercury and carbon dioxide, to have a refinery that doesn't pay any attention whatsoever to its methane. And it's a much better approach to put the burden on the people who produce the polluting technology to fix it, and then let them figure out what the market was dictating. I call that climate prosperity, because that was based on the premise that when you do that, the world's engineers, once that's their assignment, find a low-carbon solution to whatever the problem is, the world's engineers would find the necessary low-carbon solutions. That climate prosperity approach was favored by my organization, the Sierra Club, by many of the grassroots organizations, and it was my favorite. The congressional leaders of the fight decided to go with climate austerity. They put together a version of carbon pricing which was called cap and trade, and there was a very powerful environmental coalition that was leading the fight, but it was already clear that Congress was very reluctant to pass a meaningful, loophole-free cap and trade bill. And for 6 months, I was in a place where, on the one hand, all of the outside stakeholders were pushing me to stick with cap and trade. On the inside, there was considerable skepticism that cap and trade, A, was the right way to go, and B, could ever pass. And C, when I looked at the polling results, it was very clear that the American people had a powerful preference for a world in which they paid more if they used dirty fuels. They did not like the idea, they would pay more to get clean fuels. They didn't want to pay more for dirty fuels because, as they put it quite correctly, they didn't have choices. By July of that year, I knew that cap and trade, in my heart, I knew that cap and trade was not going to pass. I had the capacity, my organization had enough of a following, that we could have gone forward and created a parallel track where we would have started putting regulatory standards in place for power plants and automobiles. But that would have blown the environmental coalition that was fighting for climate up. There was a lot of pressure not to do that. And for 6 months, I watched as it became clearer and clearer that cap and trade could not pass. And here is my failure. I knew that I should take my organization out of the coalition and onto a different path. I didn't do it. And I didn't change my mind as the data got stronger and stronger. The polling just showed this was not an approach the American people were ready to swallow. And the consequences were pretty grievous. Congress didn't pass cap and trade. It also didn't pass a technology cleanup bill, as we could have advocated, and which I think we could have gotten had we started in a timely way to push that through Capitol Hill. Barack Obama went to Copenhagen, but he had no US legislation to back him up. He was completely unable to accomplish that. And at that point, the idea of an economy-wide, legally binding climate bill was given up on. That may have been not such a bad decision, but the way in which it happened didn't cause people to jump from climate austerity to climate prosperity, because I had not allowed any robust public conversation about the difference between the two. I was not willing, because it had been a lesson I had learned, that you needed to stick with your allies, and I was not willing to abandon that lesson, I guess you can say, but it was the wrong lesson.
Carl, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay. Well, I will actually, my time is up, I'll stop.
No, 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay. What should have happened is there should have been a big debate. We might not have gotten anything passed anyway. The politics might have been wrong. But we would have set the platform for a economic prosperity-based climate bill, which eventually Joe Biden finally got through. But it didn't happen. The Obama years, 4 precious years, were fundamentally wasted because Obama could not take anything from Congress to convince the world that he could speak for the United States. Thank you very much.
Can we have the lights up, please? Yep, yeah, so we can see each other. Thank you very much. All right, we'll start here with you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Thomas, and we heard things of policies that have not worked in the past. What makes me angry is the policies being set up now that we know are going to fail from now on. And I have a question to the panel is, not do you share my anger, but do you share my analysis? I want to talk about M300, announced at Dar es Salaam last week. How dare you make an M300 when you know it's 600 million people that need electricity? First anger. Second anger, 50 billion put on the table, we don't know where it's coming from, and there's no numbers that tell us how to get from 0 to M300. How can you correct that?
Interesting. You want to comment on that, or should we get some more questions out on the table first? Okay, please, sir.
Thank you, and thank you to the panelists. Short question by the Vijay Modi. The question is really to what Rehan started with. You know, about 10 years ago, Nigeria asked me to look at all the health clinics in the country, and reality was, you know, we went to every 30,000 all clinics, measured the status, and it was consistent. Since then, many people have looked at the data from the donor side, banks, foundations. But then when I show it to the private sector, they say, Vijay, for $50 a month, which is less than what I pay every month for this thing, we are already providing much higher than tier 1 level to anyone who wants commercially in Nigeria. I know this is not a perfect solution, but why is it not? We just get, because they have dying to just do that. They're willing to do that. And that's $50 a month. It's maybe not $5 a month of tier 1. So that's my question.
Get some more out on the table. You want, yeah, right. You want to answer that, or you want to wait a minute and get some more on? I'll come in a second. I'm going to go to Christine first, because this is a field she knows something about.
Christine Eibsinger, and following on both Thomas's and Vijay. First off, I want to thank the panel and Rehan for your comments specifically. I'm feeling a little bit of an illusion of insignificance. If we know all of this, and we know what happened with COSAP in Kenya, and we've lived the experience that Rachenda has said for 30 years about getting small amounts of capital to SMEs. We've heard the launch of M300, also I've heard called L350B, leave 350 behind. What can we do? How do we change it? The Titanic has left the port. We know it's going to fail. So I am feeling insignificant, as many, many of my colleagues in the off-grid space are feeling. What can we do?
We're going to have some thoughts on that. Let's get one more question out, and then we'll have a short reaction.
Thank you. I'm Siddharth. This is not related to energy, but the failure of policies. I think most of the policies, when they are crafted, they are based on a certain assumption of expertise, and then translate them into rushing into programs and projects. I think even at the government level or at the donor level, can policies inherently sort of encourage move from expertise to curiosity, not knowing, negotiations, or does that, or even marination of ideas, or is that too much time because we move from one expertise then to expertise to deal with failures, and then we again move back to some other expertise to deal with monitoring and evaluating that failure. So that's the question.
I'm going to see if we have any reactions here.
Let me take this and then move to the next.
Sure. You want to take a few more questions?
No. I said that, can we respond to the ones?
Oh, please, yes, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, I'll start with Vijay's question, because probably I know the answer. So that's I'll start with Vijay. I know the answer because I asked the same question to private sector. But we now have the technology. Not only the technology, we also have the business model. They are electrifying households for $50 or less than that, in fact, for maybe whatever, $5, $10 a month, they get a good system, pay as you go, what the solar systems market called them. So I asked them that if you can electrify a household, why can't you electrify a health center or a school, following a pay-go approach, so that they can pay $50 a month or whatever. The answer was very simple. They said, look, we are happy to electrify the principal of the school, the headmaster of the school, or the doctor or the nurse of the health center, but not the health center, not the school. Because if the doctor doesn't pay his bill, I'll cut off his household from electrification, because they can cut them off if they don't pay the bill. And the next day, he will come to my office and pay the bill. But if the health center doesn't pay my bill, and if I cut him off, next day there will be a newspaper headline that 4 infants died because I cut off the power and the incubator that they were supplying electricity have stopped. I'm not going to take that reputational risk of the non-payment risk. And the non-payment risk that the private sector is not willing to take is the one which is preventing the millions of schools and health centers from getting electrified now. I mean, the governments don't actually need funding from World Bank or any other donors to electrify those. I mean, some bit, but not. The point I'm saying is that there is enough private sector capital out there to make electrification if they had confidence that government would pay them the monthly electricity bill. Even in a grid electricity sector, we also see that governments don't pay, in the most countries, the health sector bills or the electricity bills and so forth. Only because the utilities are also in the public sector, at the end of the year, the accounts get balanced. But if there was a private sector utility, they would have gone bankrupt by now. So these are some of the issues which is preventing us from having the state where we want to go.
Okay, can I go to agenda now? You look ready.
Yeah, I want to just follow on from that. Electrification is also not enough. We need to start with the end users who are using the health systems. I've been involved with a project to help bring electricity to the neonatal intensive care unit of Bo General Hospital, which is the second city in Sierra Leone. And my friend Michael Liebreich has been out there this week actually talking with the hospital people. And what we found during that whole process, which has gone over a number of years, is that once we'd electrified, once we'd put in the system, the babies stopped dying because they now had a sustainable energy system. The mothers started coming to the hospital to give birth, but there was nowhere for the mothers to stay, so they were staying outside, and so the mothers were getting malaria by being outside as their children were being treated in the hospital. So now we've had to go on to another phase to look at how we can be looking at holistically. So it's not only about the electrification, it's really coming in with a holistic view of what are the health services that are needed and what are the wraparound services that are needed. That's the first point. Second one, I don't work for the World Bank anymore. I mean, I was a consultant to SMAP for a while, so I can take on the M300 one, because I think it's a really important question. I don't work for M300 either. I think, we did make it sustainable energy for all. I think there's been a lot that has been done. 500 million people have had energy access over the last 15 years, but there's still a long way to go. And the way I talk about it is, I think we did the easy work, and it was darn difficult. So, we've seen that there were many places that did get electricity access, whether it was through grid, mini grids, through solar home systems, some combination. I've always been agnostic, as long as people actually have the service that they need. We need to think very clearly about what is the strategy. And I say this not as a criticism for M300, because I do not know what their strategy is over these next years. But as a system, as a sector, how are we going to make sure that we leave no one behind? How are we going to make sure that we help to deliver sustainable energy for all? And we need to be looking at the ways that for the people for whom even tier 1, as you call it, access is too expensive, there needs to be that element of subsidy in the system. We need to be looking at the small and not only at the big numbers. We need to be looking at those local entrepreneurs who will be there for the long haul. How can we help support them? It's not only about projects, it's about people. And I think it's a great wake-up call, so thank you for the question, Christine and Thomas. And I think as a sector, those of us who are in the energy sector, we really need to do some soul searching to make sure that the people are at the center of whatever we're doing now over the next years to 2030. And I always said I was going to work on energy access to 2030 and retire. So now I have 5 more years to work in my career to help see what we can be doing to address that. Thank you.
Let me check with the people running the meeting how much time we have. 10 minutes? Okay, thank you very much. I would particularly, before we go out to some more questions, I would like to ask particularly those people who would care to expand on the last discussion, essentially between Christine and Richenda, the feeling of discouragement that Chris mentioned, question of where and how are we going to find the strength, the new ideas, the sense of working together to get this show on the road. Okay, if you want to address that, I'll go that, but I am coming back up there. I'd like particularly some of the young faces up there.
Thank you. Well, that's a kind of way to say that I'm not young anymore, but it's fine. No, I mean, with Thomas, where is Thomas? We were with Thomas, we were with Harish in Kenya 2 days ago when I said this morning that I was coming from another conference that was frustrating, and was frustrating because what Richenda, Christine are saying, we feel that part that not World Bank, all of us are failing. WHO is failing, World Bank is failing. I would say the humanity is failing, but for the reason that when you mentioned the healthcare facilities, let's distinguish. We talk about household is one thing. When we talk about healthcare facility, we are talking about health. Health is a human right, which is a sentence that we hear, but what does it mean health is a human right? Health is a human right. We have the responsibility to provide the healthcare facilities that provide the health services. They cannot without electricity. And we still have 1 billion people served by healthcare facility with no electricity. No incubator, no oxygen generator, no spotlight, and people die. So, and I mentioned 2 days ago in the conference that visualizing 1 billion people is a huge number. We don't manage. But then the Minister of Health of Sierra Leone came last year at COP, Gurbus, you remember, and said that last week I lost 5 children because there was no electricity for the incubator. So I don't blame the World Bank only. We are all to blame. Now, what's the point there? The point is, when you tell me why it's not happening, I don't know. It's because health is not considered a priority. It's because we don't feel that pressure. It's because as humanity is a failure. It's because maybe the concept of, we were discussing the point on the long-term operation and maintenance. There are many donors here, right? Now, also the donors maybe need to change approach because we all are stuck with this idea that we have to spend the money within 3 years because my donors want the cycle to close in 3 years. Closing the cycle means I cannot provide the operation and maintenance for 10 years. And this is a problem that all organizations have, UNDP, UNICEF, WHO. So we need to find some mechanism to allow long-term, but if you allow me 30 seconds, we have to take the responsibility as public sector, which means not only government, because we know that certain government will not have the money to pay because the Ministry of Health in Burkina Faso, Chad, has 20 mortality cases before putting aside the money for the batteries. And we know it. And when we sign an MOU, they are not going to pay. They signed the MOU, they do not pay, they don't have the money. With Harish, we visited Somalia. Somalia don't have the money to pay the staff at the health sector in Somalia. So this is the reality. With this means that government, international donors, the donors that are here, please consider renewables are fantastic. Renewables and climate is wonderful. But if you can have renewables and climate and saving life, I can tell you it's the best investment on renewables that you can take. So really, let's move forward on this because this frustration that you have, Christine, it's true. But we need to change. And philanthropy, honestly, I think will play a key role because I don't see many hope in traditional institutions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I want to go to a couple of the younger faces in the back there. Do we have a mic up there?
Yeah, Abhishek here. So one big failure of how policy works is regulatory capture. And I think in the US, we've seen plenty of examples of that. So what are some of the things you've experienced which can counteract regulatory capture, right? I mean, a lot of policies have failed in the past because of that. Well-meaning policies, what can you do to counteract that?
Well, one of the things we've done in the United States is at various times there's been leadership in the White House but not in the states or vice versa. And there's been pretty consistent leadership but not necessarily empowered by the cities. So fundamentally, the movement has to take its attention and figure out for the next 2 years where are the vulnerabilities, where are the openings going to be. It's kept the game going, but it is clear you'd get there much faster if you didn't have what you have right now, is you have two branches of the federal government opposing you and trying to slow down everything you do, which is not going to be terribly productive. But we can work it around.
Are there other hands on the specific track we're on now?
Yes, I have the mic.
You got a mic. Good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Naya. Nice to see some familiar faces here, and thank you to SELCO Foundation for having us, as well as the panelists. So I come from Kenya, but I think of myself as being East African. And I have been working in the sector for 15 years now. And I share the same frustrations that Christina and Thomas just talked about, and particularly as a daughter of the continent that's being left behind the most. So I want to start actually with a very quick poll question for the audience. How many of you have a refrigerator at home? If you have a refrigerator at home, please raise your hands.
90%, right?
Okay, this is 90%, right? And so then think about, right, if you're older than 20, which I think most of the people in the audience are older than 20, if you've had a refrigerator for 20 years, and if you're from the global north, you probably had it for like 40 years in your family. But why is the benchmark in hell when it comes to giving energy access to black and brown people? I personally think it's a failure of the sector that we're still debating tier 1 access and what that actually means. When we're still talking about solar lanterns, it's so obvious. It's such an obvious question to me that we don't need to measure the impact of moving away from that lovely photo that you showed us of a kerosene lantern. I mean, it's obvious. We all want lighting. It's the most productive asset, actually, if you ask it. But the benchmark should not be about transitioning people and calling a lantern energy access. Let's just get away from that nasal gazing. Let's get away from that debating. And let's start at the very basic services, which should be, quite frankly, refrigerators and everything upwards, right? Yeah, so I guess so my question for the panelists is, as you're going to leave this session today and you go back to your positions of power, really, what are some practical things you're going to do in 2025 to move us away from nasal gazing?
I'm being told that because of the time we have to have closing comments. There is a quick thought from each of you if you want. I, however, am going to stick my foot in and mention a couple of ideas that are under consideration in response to your question. Number one, we need to make sure we get solid reporting on all the kinds of screw-ups you heard tonight. That is not part of the general availability of news information. And that is doable, and that is fundable by private foundation sources. We need solid, documented reporting on the kind of screw-ups you've heard about in this conversation. Second of all, I believe that in many of the large emitters, remember, 6 countries are responsible for roughly 50% of the total emissions of greenhouse gas. I believe there is room, particularly if it's supported by the next younger generation of voters, to go after the national tax subsidies, which are substantial in several countries, and to make that a lively issue for the voting populations of those countries, and to consider legislation which begins to take that money and transfer it to some of the end user, those left behind that we're talking about here, so that there is actually, the tax subsidy remains in place, but it gets moved in sections to these more important jobs away from the fossil fuel companies who are receiving it now. Those are just thoughts, the kind of things that some places are discussing. Who wants to go first in the wind-up conversation? Go ahead, Gurubil, you haven't.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of conversation around, I think Rehan already mentioned about the difficulties in bringing in private sector into social sector investments, productive use. But also Salvatore highlighted how difficult to bring in donors into in the health sector. But obviously, I mean, there should be a way to address those concerns. So what are the ways to go through? One is obviously the climate finance. But I don't know how many of you have checked the level of access to climate finance by least developed countries. It is minuscule.
By which countries?
Least developed countries. I don't know how many of you are happy with the outcomes of the COP28 in terms of new climate commitments and how this is going to be distributed among countries. So I don't know how climate finance can help address this problem is a big question mark. Then go to development finance. I think in the current setting, there is an already and difficulty to get access to ODA finance and because of other priorities. So I'm not sure this will grow to address the concerns that we have today. So we need new players in the game. Philanthropy obviously is one option. I mean, I think they are more strongly and more powerfully coming into game, and how we can work more closely with them. And obviously they have their own priorities and own way of operating, and we need to understand and work with them. But also how we can also raise more stronger awareness around that, the priorities around this development area, and how we can channel more funds into it. Otherwise, what we are going to have is what we have today, only less than 2% of investments in energy, renewable energy, going into Africa.
Thank you. Carl?
My failure was the result of a failure on my part to recognize what the Greek Orthodox Church calls a kairos. And a kairos is a moment which is of such urgency that you do what the emergency requires and you don't worry about whether you're doing a lot of other things you wouldn't normally consider. You put your organization at more risk. If you're a bank, you put your assets more at risk. You take bigger risks, and you make sure that you do enough to cope with the big thing, because the big thing in a kairos is so important. We have a kairos coming at us. It is the problem of massive, massive destruction from changing climate, and we're doing virtually nothing to treat this as an emergency. And I think that is something which, it's bad enough we didn't catch it when it was mitigation. It will be worse if we are caught flat-footed on adaptation.
Well said. Rehan?
So, I mean, I think I haven't responded to the question that Thomas, Naya, and Christine asked. So in my closing remarks, I'd like to cover a little bit of it. But it was good that you asked everybody to raise their hands who had refrigerators, and almost everybody has, which is good. But I would also like to ask everybody raise hand who bought the refrigerator with subsidy money. So all of you with subsidized funding. I know. Okay. No, did you buy the refrigerator with subsidy money? Yeah, but you did not buy this refrigerator with subsidy money. Your tariff is subsidized, which I totally take it. The point I'm making is that people who don't have electricity today, the 685 million people you're talking about, I hear Thomas is angry because World Bank and African Development Bank talked about M300. So what about the remaining 385 million people? I'm having sleepless nights to figuring out how shall we achieve the 300 million people by 2030. And the question is, of the 685 million people that we're talking about, more than 20-30% of them can't even afford tier 1 level access. So we need to not only provide them with sources, but also subsidize a large number of people even to get them at tier 1. That doesn't mean they remain in tier 1. It means at least they now have reached the energy ladder from tier 1 when they have now no longer kerosene lamps. They will have lights, mobile phone charging, then they can move on to radio, TV. Then as their income increases, they can move on to buying other appliances, and then eventually they can have refrigerator. But if we say that without refrigerator level access, we will not provide anybody access, then we won't be able to even electrify 5% of the 685 million people. The money is not enough. So that's where we have to say, as you said, when emergency hits, we need to provide what we can offer to people, how people can get electrified, and tier 1 is a startup, not the end. We all want everybody to achieve tier 5 level access, but eventually there. But having tier 1 checks the box of having access to electricity, but it doesn't stop there. Thank you.
Prashanda.
Thank you, and Rehan, thank you for your remarks. And to that end, I think the question is, it's a responsibility for all of us, that it's not that we all have a role to play and we all have a part to play. And I'm mourning the death of USAID as the world's largest donor. And as a US citizen, I have to say I did not vote for that. And I think probably Carl and Peter would say the same. We need others to step up now. We need that funding to be smart. There are foundations who are coming into this whole sector. And I heard yesterday about some failures that were quite new foundations. And I think there's a lot of learning. And we need to listen to the learning that we've already had as a sector, because it seems that we are learning the same lessons over and over again, which means that we are not learning them. So my call for the people in M300 or in SE for All is really to come in together with the long-time people in the sector. Together, let's sit down, let's talk, let's figure things out and see where we can go from now. There are many changes over the next few years. AI could be a blessing or a curse in our sector. I think SELCO is looking at what it can be doing for them very positively. We need to be looking at all of these different tools, and together let's work on solutions so we leave no one behind.
So you all know we have to come up to lunch break. Just stay with me 1 minute. It is clear once more that we have a lot of work to do. That work must be done together. That work must be both. It will involve risk. So we have no choice but to pull together and to try it. Let us bring our heads together as one. So be it that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a note, we're not having the lunch break right now because we do want to have the academia session, and it will definitely be worth the wait. For right now, thank you so much to Peter and all of our speakers. I think for sharing your own personal failures, but in this larger piece of systemic failure, or rather your personal experiences in the larger context of systemic failure. And thank you so much to the audience for engaging with that, and to Peter for bringing that out and open. Peter? Sorry, could we request you to be back on stage? Yes, please. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. Our next session is an education on failures by academia. We know that our next set of young minds will really come from here. So we're looking forward to hearing from them. For this panel, we have Dr. Geeta Narayanan, the founder director of Shrishti Manipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology. Professor Ambuj Sagar, who's the founding head of the School of Public Policy and the Vipula Mahesh Chaturvedi Professor of Policy Studies at IIT Delhi. Mr. Sanjay Purohit, who is the CEO of the Center for Exponential Change. He's also someone who has set up the Leadership Institute at Infosys and continues to mentor many of the civil society leaders, including mentorship to SELCO. Mr. Manu Mathai, who's the Director of Research, Data and Impact at WRI, and he'll be speaking from his experience of 12 years being a university professor and most recently at the Azim Premji University. And the session will be moderated by our own Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, who is a professor at MIT, but he's also served most recently as the mission director of the Atal Innovation Mission, which we all know him very well for. Over to you, sir.
And am I going to get that Slido? Okay, yes, I would love that, yes.
Please use slido.com, ask if as the...
Okay. Okay, well, let's get going. Thank you for joining us. This is a conversation in an education on failure by academia. As you can see, the title is quite carefully crafted. I'm Chintan. I will be your moderator. I was a speaker last year. You know what that means. My friends would know what that means. And but let me start by saying that I had a hard time thinking about this panel. Because I felt that there was something unfair about it. And then there was something fair about it. Let me say what the unfair part is. I think it was unfair in the sense, the unfair part of it is that academia comes so early in one's life and influences so much in one's life that we don't know where its role ends. And therefore, what is it that you won't attribute to academia is a question I was struggling to answer. If you think about your own personal failures, and you force yourself to think about what is it that could have been done differently when you were taught, you would come up with something. As a teacher, I often, when my students go out, and of course all of us fail, so they fail in various ways, and then they come back and tell me about it, I do find myself introspecting, is it something that I could have done differently? So in that sense, it's sort of a question of, failure of parenting type of a question, right? And it influences so much. So anyway, that's the unfair part. I think the fair part of this panel is that the four eminent speakers you're going to hear from do have an opportunity to fix the failures they're going to talk about. So that is the fair part of it. Now, so hold them accountable for that. Here's the sequence we're going to follow. We're sitting in that sequence. We'll start with Geeta, go to Manu, then Sanjay, then to Ambuj. The reason for this sequence is that we're sort of like design thinking, like we're going to open up with framing, then go narrow with examples, then open back up with some more framing, and go back to personal examples. And so that's the format we're going to follow. Here's what my request to you all is, as the audience, as I get that laptop with Slido. While each speaker speaks, if you feel that, no, this is all this is Gyan, this is a cop-out, then put those feelings in the form of questions on Slido, and I will see if I can make room for those tomatoes and eggs to be landing somewhere. Deal? Is that good? Okay, all right, good. So we're in this together. We'll get going with Geeta and then go forward.
Well, it's late and I know you're waiting for lunch, but I'm happy to be here. And I'm going to, what is this? Oh, I have to press it, okay. I'm going to be talking a little bit differently in framing the word failure. Okay. How many of you in this room are from academia? Can you put your hands? As I suspected, right, it's largely people in civil society, in NGOs, in organizations working very hard to make change in the most hard-held areas of the world. Well, I'm a teacher, and I've been a teacher for over 51 years, and I'm 75 today. Not today, but now. Sorry, that was wrong. I'm framing failure differently. What I heard this morning, and I wasn't here yesterday, is failing was personal when it's missed opportunities or when you didn't meet a target and so on. But what I have found, and I've been writing papers on crafting change forever, is that there is an evolutionary phenomena that we can call failure. And I just want to expand that little now, and I'll end with it again. A phenomena is something that's observable. It's something that you see, but it's a pattern that evolves over time. It's not a one-off, right? So then, when it's evolutionary, it's supposed to adapt, modify, and become different. But when failure is something that adapts and modifies and remains a failure, that's what I'm going to talk about. So I'm not going to talk about like that. So it's a personal history, perhaps, but it's not. To me, it's a reality of 51 years of trying to fight for change in the Indian educational milieu and perhaps somewhat outside this country as well. So now let me see if I can make this work. Okay, so I went to Genesis AI yesterday, right? I said I had to do that. I had to find out what the intelligence organization of Google was going to say, and it said it's complex. It's multifaceted, we know that. It depends on context. And it's really, in its simplest terms, it is a non-attainment of a goal or an outcome. But in truth, I know, and the last sentence is mine, that you cannot have such basic definitions of failure. You cannot just say, well, I didn't meet a target. I did not meet 2% or 10% or 25% or whatever it is you were talking about, right? It's got a far more bounding reach, and that reach is over time. It just compounds itself. There's a compound exponential thing to failure. Can it be neutral? You know? There's this objective view of failure. We think it's okay. It's neither positive nor negative. It's just about setting a matrix. It's just about a benchmark. It's just about a scale against which we measure ourselves. In truth, we know it's not. It is, and it is not. It is not because it's also subjective. You can talk all about the refrigerators and solar and electricity and hopes and, energy and policy change, but in the end, it affects the individual. In the end, it is set by societal norms. Nobody knows that better than a woman, right? And it affects personal values. So one can't sit, as we're all sitting here today, and say, let's talk about personal failure. I don't think you can do that, because it's compounding itself as we speak. It is both objective because we set those benchmarks and targets and attainments for ourselves, and yet it is also subjective because we have no safety nets to measure it by. So then,
Is it an opportunity, as we're trying to tell ourselves today, and I sometimes fool students, and I apologize to students, I failed to say, you know, in a design school, fail fast. Try again, you'll get it. The next time, learn from failure. Is it such an opportunity? Can you tell that to the poorest of the poor? Can you tell that to somebody who's never had water? Or is it an opportunity for, is it an obstacle to growth or an opportunity? I'm not so sure, but I can't valorize it here today. I can't sit there and tell you that it's okay to fail because it's only going to compound itself. It's not going to go away. In thinking of framing it academically and also trying to put it in a non-subjective perspective, I looked at Tagore's creative unity. And for those who don't know Tagore, all of you must have heard of him, but in his book, in his essay really on creative unity, he was the one who founded the Vishwa University, Shantiniketan, the World University in Bengal, just after independence. And this is what he wrote. I mean, he wrote some very powerful things in that essay, but I just took, he said that a university should be an open community of scholars, of teachers and students working and learning together. I've been in education for 51 years. I've been part of university situations here in the United Kingdom where I taught and studied, and in the USA where I taught. That it should not be a mechanistic institution for collecting and distributing knowledge. And that instead it should be a living space where minds are created, talents nurtured, and where the pursuit of truth is paramount. In this age where we stand on the precipice of human consciousness being challenged in so many ways, perhaps Tagore's words resonated so much more with mine. Because I know that over the last 51 years, I have not seen this happen. I have seen universities being framed in many different ways, very often copying and mimicking those in the West. And Tagore wrote in his essay in the late 40s, he said, our universities, and he's talking at that time of the colonial universities that were set up during the colonial rule, are all white. I don't think in 51 years we have changed that premise. We have not looked to a university that will serve us. We have set those objective standards, those benchmarks, against parameters which I question now. So where are we today? Objectively, today in this country, the universities of higher education or institutions are fixed by the University Grants Commission and are framed by targets set by the NAC, National Accreditation and Assessment Council, the NRIF, and other forms of global ranking. So these matrices, which are objective, give you the success or failure of an academic institution of higher education. It's not about what happens in learning. It's not what happens in development. It's not what happens in change. Your measure and your money comes from that ranking. Over time, what has this resulted in? It's resulted in India for a paralysis of growth and a development of, we do not have an evolutionary mindset when it comes to higher education. The university is a closed system of inputs, processes, and outputs. It has a bias for certainty and for data. It's also on predictability based on the Newtonian model, which makes the system inert and managing change a complex task. I lost that. Where could I go back? I have one more slide. Okay, well, I don't know where that went, but I know where that one is. It's about what can we do today? That is the failure, right? It's a monumental institutional national failure. And the only thing that can move from being, yeah, there we are, to become, is to recognize
that we are in this point of disruption, this huge civilization moment that we live in, which we can take hold of. Evolutionary biologists like Steven Pinker and Richard Hawkins and others have called it the punctuated equilibrium, when the status is so disrupted that change is possible. And we can move to something networked, holistic, and open. And we can recognize our breakdown conditions, and we can build leaders who can manage this turbulence and think holistically. I haven't got stories to tell. I've got failure on my face. I've lasted 51 years. I've written, my PhD was on managing change and inertia in Indian education. That was in 1996. If nothing much has happened, what story can I tell you? What little glimpses can I give you? I give you Tagore's parrot story for those who haven't heard it. There was a Maharaja who was going through the forest, and he heard the sound of a beautiful singing bird. And he told his ministers, find that bird and bring it to me, because I would like it to sing songs to me every day, and you are going to teach it the songs to sing. They built that bird a huge gilded and golden cage. They put the bird into it. They fed it pieces of paper with various songs and made it sing till it lost its voice. And one day there was a dead parrot inside the cage, the big golden gilded cage, lots of dried pieces of paper, and no bird. Is that what we have done to Indian education at the highest level today? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's fair that there are no questions here. But don't be lame. What's that? Slido what? Yes, Slido's on here. I don't see any questions. That's okay. But keep them coming if you have some. Oh, what is it? There are many questions. Oh, okay, here's a failure. We'll work on it. Okay, let's go to Manu, and then we'll take up questions.
All right. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. And yeah, we are between you and lunch. But Geeta left us a very powerful image, and perhaps carry on from there a bit, I think. So my story really, my stories, I suppose, of failure start really with, and you're probably wondering why we have a tiger on the screen, right? It starts with when I joined a graduate program in wildlife science 27 years ago. And very quickly, I kind of realized that the tigers were very happy themselves. It was us who was the problem, right? And the place I did this study, where I kind of did my master's program, we had a wonderful 6-month thesis component. And part of that thesis component, I lived and worked in a tiger reserve for 6 months. And in those 6 months, I saw 3 tigers. And that too, because the tigers were collared, right? Which means the tigers, they were very, very rare. And instead of tigers, what I saw a lot of was cattle. And I also saw a few people in the tiger reserve, right? So there are many very funny stories I can narrate about, finding people and their excrement, etc., in the forest, where plots were created for animal counts and so forth, right? But the point being that why was this the case? The biomass in the tiger reserve was the source of sustenance. Was actually where people got their sustenance, got their wealth from, and it was a largely pastoral community that lived around. Also, a point I forgot to mention was that there was a National Mineral Development Corporation diamond mine within the park. Well, the boundaries of the park were drawn creatively, so it was technically outside the park, but essentially it was inside the park, right? But these are the kinds of activities that we rely on for income, for livelihoods, for aspirations, for wealth, for growth, for all of these kinds of things, right? And I guess the intuition that kind of was born at that time through that experience was simply that, without engaging that side of the equation, the needs, the livelihoods, what Gandhi would have called need and greed, there was really no hope for the tiger, right? And so I kind of ended this 2-year, fantastic 2 years, by the way. We got to travel widely in beautiful parts of the country, live in tiger reserves, so on and so forth. So fantastic experience. but it left me kind of disillusioned. And so at the end of it, I had a master's degree, but I was like, okay, what do I do with this now? I spent 2 years, and I was very confused and quite disillusioned. So I kind of wrote this down on the last page of my dissertation. A sort of, I don't know what it was kind of me trying to explain what my own disillusion to myself, probably a note of protest. Either way, I basically was trying to say that unless we engage development, there's no point talking about conservation without talking about development, right? And so the whole point about counting tigers, managing them, managing their habitats, so on and so forth, was kind of redundant as far as I could tell, right? And so that instinct has stayed with me, and I think I've gone on to hold on to it, and over the next decades, I think it's moved from an intuition to a conviction now. And this, I think, is one of my first issues, is that we've tended to emphasize managing our problems, right? We've tended, especially in the context of development, we're trying to solve for these problems and managing them. And higher education has focused really largely on managing problems, training us to count, all these excellent techniques of counting animals, extremely complex statistical methods of trying to identify populations of tigers, so on and so forth. There's no end to all of these things that we know to do. But the problem is that if you look at any metric, this is the direction of travel. I mean, I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with this. This has been coming out for a number of years, planetary boundaries. The direction of travel is going exactly in the opposite direction. So management is not working. Research or training from the point of view of managing these problems is not really adding up, right? We might find individual success stories here and there. There's some great story, tiger population revived somewhere, et cetera, et cetera. All of that happens, but by and large, we're traveling the wrong direction. So if it's not managing the problem, what is the problem, right? I think the need, so if it's not managing, we need to move from essentially asking about the technical details and to talk about values. I think the conversation has to move from needs and greed and really thinking of ways in which we can actually distinguish between need and greed, right? And so a few years later, after I had my my first give up or my first quitting moment with the masters, I went into masters in public policy. And in those years, I learned an interesting idea. I mean, it was talking about development as freedom. And for me, this was a big aha moment in my life. It said, okay, this is not growth, this is not efficiency, this is not technology innovation, this is not any of the usual things we associate with development, but it's about freedom, right? And all of these other things, whether it's innovation or efficiency or productivity and so on and so forth, all of them matter only so far as they enhance the freedoms that people have to value, right? And now how do we do this? And I think the question, this challenged me a lot. I mean, I didn't know how do you go from thinking about values to actually understanding and debating questions about values, right? And so it stayed with me, and when I started teaching about this, the big challenge I had was, where do you go to talk about values in society? There are no places we know to talk about values. And I think this goes to the social soil point that was spoken about earlier today. We analyze, we discuss, we debate in the classroom, and I used to teach a course on urban mobility. At the end of the course, I would tell people, there is nothing more, and this is in the context of Bangalore, there's nothing more about Bangalore that we can analyze the traffic situation, right? You have to engage the city's politics. And when it came to engaging the city's politics, there was no way in which it was beyond my skill set. I hadn't invested in a certain skill set to talk about the city's politics. I think earlier on today we heard the word awareness and social relationships. How do you do these things? This is not stuff that I've learned in a university, and it's not stuff that I know how to teach about. But the puzzle, as far as I can tell, is not managing the problems. Puzzle is how do we learn to live well together? And each of those words matter. How do we live well together on a shared and finite planet? And doing this, one immediate kind of space that came to mind was, this is a picture of a ward committee in Bangalore, right? Wards are the smallest administrative unit in the city. They've been largely dysfunctional. We've always wanted to make them work, but they don't. They don't. Why? That's really the precise failure, right? I, as an academic, have no way in which I can explain this, or I don't even have the skill sets to engage in this space, right? But my understanding is that these are the places that need to work to build the social soil that was referred to earlier today, right? And maybe we get to that, and maybe we don't. But unless we kind of try to navigate those spaces, we are not going to be able to discuss development, think of the ends of development. We're going to be fixated on means. And without talking about the ends of development, we often forget the fact that development is built on an extremely high level of violence. This is not, I'm not being kind of dramatic here. This is very hard-nosed number counting, right? People are killed in resource frontiers for the extraction of resources, so on and so forth. You can, any number of instances of violence on which development stands. But without going back to the question of ends and means, and without figuring out how we're going to discuss ends, discuss our values, debate our values, share our values, and then arrive at a consensus, there's no way in which we can actually move forward, right? And those are skill sets that I as an academic don't really have. I haven't quite invested in them, but as a true academic, again, let me leave you with a question and transfer the problem onto you, right? So I think, how do we reimagine, and I think this is the puzzle, how do we reimagine curricula so that the modern mind is moved to triangulate through politics towards the idea of justice? Because fundamentally at the core of what we call normal today is a deep level of injustice. Climate change, for example, wouldn't exist if we couldn't freely displace people, take their resources, burn the resources, pollute their environments. If people had the ability to resist that, for example, if I was driving a car on the street and the people on the street, the pedestrians walking on the street were able to resist me because I was polluting their air, I wouldn't be able to drive. So at the core of what we call normal is the deep level of injustice. And I think to think about climate change as one topic or inequality as another topic is probably a false dichotomy. It's really a question of justice that we're after. And how do we arrive at a just outcome through politics? I don't think we're going to manage it. We've tried it and we haven't arrived there. I don't think we're going to manage our way to the solution here. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. So there are some jibes at us here. Pretty fair. Actually, if you're a young person, you would have these things in mind. Let me first relay them to you. If there are any thoughts, then we'll take them right now, and then we'll go to we'll go forward. Somebody saying that this is the least accountable sector of all. Okay. Somebody is asking, why do you have to give a PhD to somebody to teach? There's that. Somebody is saying, you're barely teaching, you're barely promoting research, nor are you accountable. Where is the question of success? Any thoughts on these?
All right. Right? I think that this is what I meant by the objective things set by the standards of the UGC that requires everybody to have a PhD to teach. In the field that I've been working in, which is arts and culture and design and technology, practice and the practitioner is somebody who's highly regarded, and that's what our learners want. In our own culture, the musical traditions, the gharanas, the dance traditions, and other traditions, the literary traditions, are always with gurus and with people who are experts, in their performance capabilities. But we create the matrix, right? And then that's the bar, and that becomes the jail, and that keeps people in a place. And yes, there's no accountability for the university, because the accountability for the university is to the matrix and not to the learner. So you're right, there is no accountability. But do we ask for it? The demand in in higher education is so high. And do you know the rejection at an IIM? Do you know how many people in the subjective realm of failure commit suicides, get bankrupt,
and do all these things because they don't get into higher education, which is seen as their vehicle for development and for the quality of a better life. We fail, and we fail big time. We cannot stand here and be proud of it. I'm not proud of it. You're right. But who's going to bail that cat? Another thing, the gilded cage. The UGC requires at least between 25 to 30 acres of land in a city like Bangalore to start a university or a college. How much is that going to cost? Where is that money going to be transferred to the students? Please remember, I did not talk about it without knowing the matrices. It's a monumental failure of the Indian mind and the people who will not fight to make this system more open, more flexible, more pro the learner, and that to tell me that there are no teachers and that they have to get PhDs. How many billion people do we have? Don't we have teachers? Yes, we do. But we have to certify them with a PhD, and that's wrong.
Otherwise, it will become an argument between us. Okay, well, there was a reason I asked you to put your questions on Slido as we talk about things. Because this is not a question about those who work in academia. This is a question for all of us as to how are we going to shape our education system so all of our children can do what they ought to do. Manu, you want to say something? Yes. Quickly, and then we'll move on to...
And I think, okay, so I think maybe a part of the problem here is we've kind of think of university education really as training. It's technical training, really. It's not an education. Unfortunately, right? And that's all that's being asked for. So I'm not transferring the blame back on the thing, but I think there is a imagination problem here. But what does it mean when you say going for a university education? Might as well go to a trade school.
So I want to say that, so there is a question lurking here in the background, which is that do you imagine a university as a factory or a garden or a part factory and part garden? What is it? That you imagine. So we'll come back to that when we come to Q&A. So Sanjay, please.
So how many of you have taken on a job in the development sector right out of college? About 30%, maybe, yeah, 30% or so. I did not. I entered the corporate life, spent some time helping corporates recover from some of these questions that we're talking about. But eventually in 2016, I moved out of my corporate career to say, oh, I think I'm not making a good use of my life, and I need to do something else, and enter the development sector with all these great ideas in my mind, saying, oh, I know how to build plans and how to do things and how to organize and stuff like that. And then one day, I just want to kind of put up a picture. I walked into a school, and behind the chair of the school principal was this poster which said, do one thing every day that scares you. I said, oh, education never taught me that. They only taught me to do stuff that is within my comfort zone, and here is a teacher. So I asked him, why? Why do you have this behind your chair? And he said, I have this behind my chair because if I did what the system wants me to do, if I did what the policy asks me to do, if I do what I have been trained to do, if I do what all the other different civil society organizations are advising me to do, my children have no future. I have to do what is right for them. They are first generation learners, their parents are disorganized, I don't have teachers. I'm living in a migrant community ecosystem, and I have to still figure out how to give good education to these children, and none of that is in any of these things. And I said, wow, that's interesting. I have completely failed in understanding even what is it that I could do. And that was a big learning, big moment for me, because I had to literally throw away all that I had done all those years and start again. And saying, no, I don't think I understand what it takes to drive a transformation. Over many years, I started to explore this question, saying self-organizing agency of micro-communities can scale to awe-inspiring movements. And what does that mean? What does that mean when you talk to a farmer? What does that mean when you talk to a healthcare professional in the foothills of Himalayas? What does that mean when you talk to a social worker in extremely violent areas? How do you even understand? How do you leverage the agency? And today morning, Otto gave a view into how to get to that, but the question was, how do you do that? And so I said, okay, I think I'm onto something and I'm learning something. And then 2019, I saw this chart. Time published this, which is a very interesting chart. It talks about global population, gross domestic product, fossil fuel emission, and atmospheric CO2. But those were not the factors. The factors was how it looked. I said, wow, I think we have lost our relationship with time. And I said, oh, I'm so screwed up because I have no understanding, because I am living at this moment. I'm thinking about this moment and maybe a few years plus minus. But if you zoomed out and looked at what's going on, you're completely missing the picture of what's going on. This chart is available publicly to anyone. But the question that had scared the wits out of me, I said, how are we going to deal with this? Because this is a force, a pattern, which is not going to be as straightforward. And so all my designs and all my great ideas and all my processes and metrics and systems and all are essentially useless in the face of such a phenomenon, because such a phenomenon has a velocity that is unprecedented and ununderstood. And I love this interesting quote. So because I started studying, and Albert Bartlett said this, the greatest shortcoming of the human race is our inability to understand the exponential function. I said, interesting. When I was in school and college, and yeah, I did some exponential equations, etc., but I actually had no clue what I was looking at. I had no understanding of what it means in real life, what it means in society, and how things compound, and how things get, you know, one thing leads to the other, it just multiplies. And I'm again entering this space with zero understanding of how things compound and multiply, especially when 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20, 30, 40 patterns multiply, right? And I don't think I have any idea what to do with this. And so that led me down to, again, the question of saying, okay, we need to update the model of thinking, because something is not right, because my brain is incapable of resolving this kind of a question. And I said, okay, let's start with a simple statement that if the challenges are exponential, then our response also has to be exponential. Let's park it there and try to understand what do we mean by an exponential response. Because most of the responses I was encountering were all linear. Let's do this, let's test it, let's do some RCT, let's get a project piloted, and let's go. Let's go and Godspeed and let's multiply. But nobody is looking at, is the multiplication linear or is the multiplication exponential, and how does it change? And does it change the entire fabric of the society and the underlying ecosystems? And so many questions, and it was just failing it all the time. And so I said, okay, let's start to see if we can model some of these lessons. And I took the fearsome task of trying to write a model, because amazing minds had written the design thinking model, amazing minds had written the systems thinking model. I said, okay, let me see what else can we add. So I took the task of saying, let's write the societal thinking model. How do you think about designing for the society at large? It's not human-centered design. It is not system-centered design. It is a design for a thriving society. Brought in the questions around agency, the role of abundance, the role of diversity, networks, interactions between humans. How do people come together to solve problems for people and the planet? And so all those kind of questions started to package. Having done that for a few years, I said it's time to go and share this and become the quote-unquote academia and see if I can teach this. And then it's when it all started to fall apart. Communities of practices failed. Embedded modules in different courses that different institutions were running failed. I ran a program with Ashoka called Aspire. Vijay is here, she was running the program. Oh man, that was hard, failed. Online courses, Udemy, failed. Thought about setting up Societal Academy. Varsha is here. She was the one who was trying to set up the Societal Academy. Failed. Ran workshops after workshops after workshops. Failed. Even wrote 3 books, still struggling to get them around. Saying, I just can't get these ideas across. And so because these are the ideas that we need to understand how to use them, having to deal with the real university. When I was at Infosys and we were setting up the Leadership Institute, we had a very interesting saying that the company is the campus, business is the curriculum, and leaders shall teach, right? And so I said, okay, society is the campus, right? Encountering such complex exponential behaviors is the curriculum, and the leaders of the sector have to teach. But, oh no, it doesn't work. Failure after failure after failure. But in this process, I learned 5 things. A, the mental model was, bring them where we are. Oh, we have this knowledge, we have this center, we have this place. Come, learn. I learned that that's a stupid idea. We have to meet them where they are. So to go and meet the change leaders in their situation. And they may not be some accomplished NGO. That could be a Gram Panchayat local village leader. And that's the system that they need to really think about and see what to bring change. To go and meet the people where they are. I also learned, tell them what has been done. This is how you do it. These are the examples. These are the case studies. These are the successes. See what has happened here and see what has happened there. But none of that works. What works is build on what they have done. And what does it take to go from there? Rather than saying, oh, this is all possible. You can do it. No, at least I failed in doing that. I failed in teaching them how to change. Here are the models, here are the processes, here are the practices, design principles, what have you. Go ahead, you can apply it. Stupid idea, fails. You have to go travel on their journey. You have to actually live the life with them. And so journeying, co-traveling became a part of the mental model that I'm trying to pursue now. Looking at the next aspect of evaluate their impact, right? Is it really happening? And I now have that could be another conversation for a conference as to why the way we measure impact and the way we think about measurement of impact and learning, etc., needs a substantial rethinking of what are the failures in that. Failures in measurement, impact, and evaluation could be a full 5-day conference. But coming to saying we have to accelerate their progress because they are moving in a certain direction. And the question is, how do you accelerate the progress of people and invest our energy there rather than asking them to defend their position? So that's where I again failed. And lastly, let's pivot the seasoned leaders. These are great accomplished people. Let us work with them. Let us see if they can really make a change. And what you realize, that is so hard. I have failed miserably again and again on that, saying, let's learn with the next gen leaders. They have fresher minds. They have more, but actually they have much more progressive minds. They have clearer minds, not clouded by expertise. And you know, Shunryu Suzuki, who's one of the Zen masters, had once said that in the expert's mind, there are few possibilities. In the beginner's mind, there are lots of them, right? So look for the beginner's minds, right? Because experts have very few possibilities that they can anchor around. Beginner's mind have infinite possibilities. So lastly, here we are. If it takes a village to raise a child, I believe it takes a network to enable a leader. And that's the journey that has now begun. And failures are happening. Even some have happened yesterday. They happen every day. And the question always is, it takes a lot of us to come together and educate and learn and build this ecosystem with the next young generation leaders to say, how do we go around dealing some of these challenges which are not linear, which are not simple, but we have no option. We are the ones, there's nobody else to actually deal with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjay. On Slido, people are imagining education as a paradigm in various ways. We will go into some of that right after Ambuj and I have our banter. Because I think those are questions about development sector and education, so that'd be very relevant to go into. But there are 3 questions that Ambuj, I know when in our conversations they've come up, and you may choose to say something about it as we go on. One is, have you had students who have inspired you? One question. Yes, I know. So that's one question. Second, what is this whole thing about public and private institutions and all that? What does that have to do with what we want to do through education? Or are we doing the right thing there? So can be unpacked. If you have any views on it, I do know you have views on it. The third and final, somewhat of a dark question is how can we have a system where people try, get depressed, and even kill themselves?
Okay, I've already answered your first question. I have students who have inspired me, absolutely. Sorry, your second question was about?
The public and private.
Versus private.
Yeah, but you go on and weave that in.
Yeah, let me get back to these because I do want to follow the instructions from Harish, who said, when I asked him, when I got the request to talk on this, it said the failure by academia. And I said, do you mean academia in general, or do you mean an academic who's me? And he said, the latter. So he was very clear, so I do want to kind of talk a little bit about that. But I think I will use that to get to the questions that you're interested in. I'll do that very quickly because I do want this to be a little bit of back and forth. I want to just give a few examples where in my own journey, I'm not sure I would call them failures, but I think there are what I would call discontinuities in my journey and what I could call moments of self-reflection. And I think they were very important for me, but they kind of, it was a disruption in my journey, and I think it was an important, it was important lessons for me there, and I think, but there are also important lessons that I look back now for how we are academics as general. I'll just give, as I said, 2 or 3 little examples. The first example was when I first entered IIT. I'd always done fairly well in school. And my first set of exams was a wake-up call, which is that you might be clever, but there are people much cleverer than you, which is a lesson in humility, which I've never forgotten. And I think it was a very important lesson for me. Then I went on, and I'm going to keep it really brief because I don't want to turn it too much into a monologue. Then I went on, I've come from an academic family, so it was natural for me to go on to graduate school to do a PhD. I'd done mechanical engineering at IIT Delhi because I loved cars as a young kid. And what's the next step that you want to do if you're really into exciting things? I went into aerospace engineering, right? Because that's even faster machines than cars. A few months into my time there, I was working on this very exciting project, and the project review manager came. It was a project funded by the Air Force, and he said, this is really interesting research. I'm not going to bore you with the technical details, but he said it'll help us make, it's really important because it'll help us make jet engines for our fighters much better. And that was the second moment of self-reflection for me, which was, what am I doing this for? I must confess, I mean, I had gone through my undergrad education like a lot of young kids still do, kind of unthinkingly, putting one step in front of another, and everything, you know, if you're lucky, it plays out. And suddenly you have to say, wait a second, what do I want to do? Right? And actually, I think that was my first, I would call my first big failures or moment of self-reflection. And I said, I want to do something different, and I switched actually to, broadly I would say, move towards biomedical engineering, because I thought that is going to be more societally beneficial. And then the reality was, it was quite exciting, but I serendipitously ended up taking a course in public policy and realized, actually, if I'm really about impact, maybe public policy is really where it's at. Which is again a wake-up moment call for me, because effectively I thought I'd done engineering, I stayed, to use that term, inside the box, and suddenly it became obvious to me that maybe I needed to do something else. It was a wake-up call. But you know, it's funny, you keep on thinking that you're becoming more emancipated, but you also, you realize that with each of these things that maybe you're not as emancipated as you were, because I was still within the paradigm of publishing papers as the way to make change. And it took me a while to realize that actually that's not what really drives change in the end, right? at least for me, the realization came that change comes from building institutions. Because the people I really admired in my time in the US were people who had all built institutions. And institutions to me are machines, and actually SELCO is an institution, which is a machine that keeps on giving forever, right? So I said, okay, I have to take a leap, and then actually think about building institutions, and came back to India to do something, which was basically engage with an institution that's major institution in the Indian context, which is IIT Delhi. And I came back all fired up about institutional change, and moving along, and suddenly, as they say, you find yourself driving in sand. Because I came here and basically went nowhere. And again, to cut a long story short, I remember a very heated argument at IIT Delhi about some issues relating to IIT Delhi and public policy, trying to get something on public policy and getting nowhere. And one of my mentors in India, somebody who's not alive anymore, Dr. M.K. Bhan, who put his arm around me and said, Ambuj, you think you're going to win people over with argument? Academic, right? That's what you do. And he said, you never win people over by arguments only. You win people over by affection, which was, again, a learning moment for me, right? I must confess, I've tried to imbibe that, but not really succeeded. I am an argumentative Indian. But the point I'm trying to make is that actually you have constant moments of self-reflection where you are hopefully using them to grow. But the fact is, it's always a work in progress, and I feel I'm still a work in progress. I want to just maybe make two or three other small points, right? Sorry, I have to put on my glasses. I would say that, in some sense, people would say my success is trying to persuade colleagues at IIT Delhi that we should establish a school of public policy, because to me, that was my theory of change. I have a brother who lives in a village, somebody I admire very much, and who often calls me up. We talk on the phone more often than I see him. He doesn't come to Delhi very often. And multiple times he tells me, he's like, Ambuj, you have no understanding of what real Indian life is. You built your public policy school for what? What change are you making? And it's always a wake-up call. I think it's always important to not get caught up in your own self-importance, which I sometimes do, but to say that it's really about answering the big questions. What does this mean for academia? I want to get to that quickly, right? The lesson for me is the following. I reflect on my own life, and I reflect with all the student conversations I have, and I have conversations with a lot of students. Because I'm an alum of the institute, I think they feel that they can actually chat with me about that. And I find that I think the big place where we are really failing, there are many places we are failing, and I agree with my colleagues, but I think to me the biggest place we are failing is we are really imparting skills to students and not making them grow. Not helping them think about what they want their life to be. And to me, I wish I had done that thinking in my undergraduate, and actually I should say, many of my students are doing that thinking now at a much earlier stage, and I'm really excited and inspired by them. They're doing it much earlier. But I think as academics, that's the place, one place I think where we really fail. I love quotes, so I'm going to come up with a few quotes, right? I use this quote with my students all the time, which is by Kierkegaard. It says, life can only be understood backwards, but must be lived forwards. But then I also say, I have the other quote that says, if you don't know where you're going, you're not going to get there. So I think it's really important for us to get our students to, or help them to actually think about their future in the ways they would like. And as I say, I think our responsibility is to tell them not what to think, but how to think, and then have the faith that they will go in whatever direction which is meaningful. I'll end with one last quote because it is about failures. As I said, I love quotes. This one says the following: Good judgment comes from experience, and a lot of that comes from bad judgment.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And but Ambuj, I'm going to push you on this. See, one of the things that's common across all of you is this idea of self-reflection in some sense. Is self-reflection a luxury of riches? We see so many of our university students who come from such modest backgrounds. Just getting that next damn job itself is a big deal. Where are they going to self-reflect?
So Chintan, I can only talk about the environment in which I live, which is IIT Delhi, it is a privileged environment. But there are a lot of students in our cohort that come from very, very modest backgrounds, right? But I think it's not like they don't want to do exciting things with their lives. We have this example of this ex-student that we both know, Surbi Yadav, who comes from a village. She was the first person from a village to go to college, right? She's done all kinds of things. She went to Berkeley for her master's, and she has come back and set up this non-profit that actually is giving young women skills so that they can get their own livelihoods and are empowered. You know, so my point is, she comes from a very modest background, but she also wants to do something impactful with her life, right? So I think somebody may say, look, for me, getting a secure job is what I want, fine. A lot of my students aspire to IAS, that's fine. I don't agree with it personally, but at this point in time, I'm not sure that's the right thing to do, but it's their choice. But a lot of them do want to do some very different things. In fact, that to me is always exciting. Our students want to be change makers. They understand the world has all these problems, and they want to engage with these problems early and hard. And I think our job is to, first of all, let them think that they can do it, empower them, and then support them in that journey.
Please.
I just wanted to add that what I learned was that if I'm not understanding the self-reflection capabilities of the people, and you specifically refer to elites and the riches, is because I don't have ears. And the day I grew my ears, I understood that there's a lot of self-reflection that happens. I was in Bangladesh with Brak and the team, in Jashore, going through Dhaka, going through projects. Just keeping my mouth shut told me that there is a lot of self-reflection going on amongst the people who are actually working very, very hard lives. The day before yesterday, I was in Kenya and listening to many of the people in the counties of Kenya. There's a lot of self-reflection. In India, any village. And what I have learned is that there is a lot of deep thinking, lot of very, very fundamental, simple, basic questions that people work with. But if we want to understand them, then we just need our ears and nothing else. Because if you open our mouths, that voice gets drowned. And so I would think that it's not the question whether they have the ability to self-reflect. I don't think I have the ability to listen. I think that's the bigger question.
And Chintan, I'm wondering if the question was about self-reflection or the ability to take risk, right? The former, I think, I agree with both of them, right? Self-reflection is fair. I think it's the ability to take risk that I think, if honestly, one has to acknowledge. And certainly in my case, I could spend 2 years, do a master's in wildlife science, and then at the end of it, have the luxury to feel confused about it, and kind of be lost for a bit, and then actually work for a year without pay. Because I didn't have to look after my parents. They could look after them. They both had government jobs. And back those days, government jobs were like pretty good, right? So I think honestly, we have to acknowledge that fact, right? I think the ability to take risk certainly is a function of privilege. I think though, out of the self-reflection, many more people would love to have the ability to take the risk, right? So I think that is something we should just put on the table.
I put a...
And 10 seconds, and yet, what I showed you, do one thing every day that scares you. That government school teacher in an extremely remote village with hardly any resources is taking risks every day.
and then.
Sorry, and I want one more line, I mean, based on that, which is the line that, again, a colleague of mine had up on his wall, which says, it's challenged, right? It says, a mind once expanded never regains its original shape. So our job is to do that, and self-reflection to me is part of that.
I asked this as a somewhat of a rhetorical question. We all know, or somebody said famously that, well, I'm more excited about Kabir than Buddha because Buddha had experienced opulence and then gave up. Kabir had never experienced opulence and still was enlightened. Let's move on. There was one question that I want to paraphrase, which several people have asked, and it has been voted high. And this is a development sector question. They're saying that we kind of frame the development sector opportunities very negatively or poorly in academia. We say this is a low-paying, feel-good job. Not a, high impact, some other positive framing of it. And therefore, people end up in such work with that mindset. Should we do something about it? There are some other angles in these questions about it, which are quite generative in the sense that can a sarpanch or a district collector ever become a thesis committee member for a PhD student, for example, and such. So any thoughts on how do we position development sector in academia versus how we ought to position it?
I think that the question is in a different space. Why should we promise anybody, taking on what you've said, if we are expanding their minds, and if we are giving them ears to listen, and I mean a voice, and our ears listen. I'm sorry, Sanjay, I got it wrong. If we can actually give them that, they're going to make that choice. What we end up doing is bribing them by telling them that the placement service will place you at a job of X, and therefore they don't even become teachers, forget development in things. So I think it's about changing the reference points, right? If in academia we work at expanding the inner self of people and giving them opportunities and letting them look at everything before they can make a choice, it's hard. But I don't think we can only make a job or a placement something that we start with. What I worry is when a parent comes to sit in front of me at the admission interview for an undergraduate course, they want to know how much their child will be paid for and returned. And that is a current mechanism of how much they have to borrow in order to put their child through the higher education. I'm not talking about government education like an IIT, which is privileged to get in and which has a highly subsidized fee, but I'm talking about in general, most people are going to private higher education institutions for which a parent has to take a loan. So it's not that they're against development thing, it's not against being a teaching or an academic thing. And I think anybody can sit on a thesis committee, it's the decision of the Vice Chancellor.
That sounds like a failure. So, well, we are being called to order. People are hungry. Final question, something along the lines of one of Ambuj's quotes, that if you don't know where you're headed, you won't get there. The question is, where are we headed? What is one of the highest rated questions? Is it before talking about failures in academia, I would like to understand what every speaker here thinks about what is education for? What is the goalpost?
I think at least I've already said what I think it is. It is actually empowering students to find their own path. It's very important, but I think, so let me say, I think there are two different things here, right? One is, what is our role as teachers? But also, how do we think about academic institutions? Because in the end, I want to come back to the institutions, right? And I think the question of where institutions are going, I think that is less clear, right? In fact, when we were talking about this, right, I think my own view is one of our failures of institutions, of our academic institutions, not individuals, is that I think we don't know really what success is. We have different people have different ideas of what success is, but somewhere I think we've kind of lost our way there and not have this clarity of purpose as what we are about. So if you ask, I think if you ask actually a lot of directors of major institutions, I don't think you would get a very clear answer. Part of it is, at least again at IIT Delhi and other IIT institutions, we confuse the success of our students with the success of the institution. IIT is great because IIT graduates have done very well. That's honestly a bit of a cop-out. I think we actually have to ask, what has the institution done? And to say that the students' greatness is because of us, I think is a little bit unfair sometimes, because many of our students, I think, would do pretty well, right, even if they had gone to a non-IIT. So I think this question about, as an institution, which a lot of leading institutions across the world ask them, I think that's a really important question. And that actually, Geeta, where I kind of maybe I disagreed with you a little bit on that, I don't think we can all put it all on the UGC and things like that. No, yeah, but this is it, but in many ways it is on us. And so my last quote is, we have seen the enemy and it is us.
I think the big question is education the place between demand and supply? Or is it a place from where we emerge? And I think that's the question. Because when I look at the education system, I look for how is the system improving learnability of people and learnability at different levels. Is there enough to prepare me to learn about who I am? Is there enough for me to learn about what I believe in? Is there enough to learn about what can I do in the interest of the questions that we are facing around us? And is there enough to learn how do I go about doing it? Rather than saying, oh, which are the jobs and how do I prepare for that job? So I hope that we can really move towards a world where education is not a matchmaking service between demand and supply, but a mechanism to help us emerge from this place of who we are, what we believe in, how do we want to do things, and how to go about doing it, right? So that is what I believe is the question for the education system.
I think the idea of education is really, in my mind, helping people find their voice. Every individual has a voice, and I think when you put them in, make them face the world, what do they see, what do they have to say? I think that is the beauty, and that I think is really where you really, as a teacher, you really go, wow, when you read stuff people write, and there's unique perspectives, interesting perspective, that really is the most exciting moment as a teacher, right? So I think education ought to bring us there, right? But I think the point about where it's going, I think there's a bit of entropy, I think, going on here, right? We're going from wisdom to specializations. And we kind of, there is an innate wisdom which we fail to inculcate and essentially have over-specialized and hyper-specialized, and the whole incentive structure of universities is really around faculty having to micro-specialize. And I guess I'm largely limiting it to the developed environment sector. I'm not talking about neurobiology or anything else, right? But I think in these spaces, I think at a great peril, we've hyper-specialized. And that also leads to kind of an earlier question around courses that are billed as job opportunities, right? ESG, this, that, and the other. These are all degrees now. And you wonder, my God, where is the big picture in any of this? We're training people to see a lot of trees, but no forests, and there aren't any forests left, metaphorically, right? So yeah, I think that's where
I think it's a very difficult question to answer, given that India has such a large number of people seeking a better life. The purpose of education to me has always been in preparing young youth for a better quality of life, wherever they come from, in very simplest terms, a good life. I feel it's very difficult to make that promise today, given the complexity of the institutional
problems as well as the personal problems. I would like to say that it's a problem of scale, and I think that unless we bring the scale down and we follow a small and beautiful Schumacher kind of philosophy of being able to say that we can sustain smaller institutions with individual but diverse ideologies about what they think the good life is, that diversity spawning rather than bigger and larger institutions multiplied and cloned across the country, will bring back regionalism, respect local knowledge traditions, proximity brings people together more than distance, and I hope that the scale will come down and that we will be able to see smaller, more flexible, more agile institutions catering to communities which are today excluded because they just can't get into that bigger institution.
Great, thank you. Geeta started us with a profoundly large framing and ended us with a profoundly well-structured objective at a very high level. So thank you so much for doing that. I must confess in closing that when I was thinking about how does one moderate such a panel on such a topic, I really struggled, and then I thought, what the hell? At the most, this is a failure conference. I will fail to moderate well. But nevertheless, I then pushed myself to think about what is that one feeling that I want people to have as they go out of the room when we end this panel. That one, and how do I describe it with one word? And that one word in my mind was messy. And I think this is a messy space when you think about it from the failure perspective. I hope you get a little bit of a sense of it. I had a hard time thinking about it. We have to keep thinking about it. One of the things that I must say while I'm here is that we have to collectively think about what happens post a failure conference about these failures. I think between the two conferences, I think that will be something that will be a success.
And just to
Thank you
mention,
very
Chintan, you have failed. They're not leaving messy, they're leaving hungry.
All right, off you go. Thank you very much.
For Chintan Bhai, when he was the head of the Atal Innovation Mission, Government of India, he came as the director when he was in the last failure conference, and one of his topic was he has a disease in his system was deletitis, which we copied from you, sir, into it. So that's why it's all delayed. Sorry for that. And thank you so much. I just wanted to, because of the presence, everybody will get up. Thank you so much. I just wanted to acknowledge the presence of a person, the Principal Secretary of Meghalaya, whom he will speak after the lunchtime. Thank you so much. And if anybody has a chance, how a state has developed, made 100% electrification of all health centers to WHO, and multiple livelihoods, and he and Mr. Gunaka, two officials, and who have come here to talk about the failures of the government and have a government officer talking about the failures of the government. So look at the progressiveness, sir, and thank you, Chintan Bhai, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much to the panel. So we will be breaking for lunch now. The deep dive sessions will start at 3:20 in 3:25 in the rooms that are mentioned in your notebook. We will meet back here at 5 p.m. for a session with the Magsaysay awardees, followed by a music performance. Please do be back here at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Where you really have to make an effort
unlike in Andhra Pradesh, where in Andhra Pradesh or like in Karnataka, the moment you're an IAS, you are immediately, accepted. So in the sense, accepted means there is a lot of, so when you go to a troubled state, you need to actually build your own credibility. It's like not that your legacy that actually your institution is bringing, you have to actually, you need to reach out to the people, solve problems, build credibility. But it's phenomenal. Once you build credibility, the kind of an authorization that you get is phenomenal. Yeah, in fact, that's something I believe. In fact, I wanted to tell you about the corruption. One of the things that we always, someone was saying, about, the challenges of, So what we did, in fact, when I was DC or collector, we did the social audit acts. Social audit act, that's something in the governance discussion also, where we could able to, completely remove a lot of leakages in the rural development sector. And that became now a later, with the political support, we brought a social audit legislation in the state. Meghalaya is the only state as on today to have a social audit legislation. In the sense, you have, where people can actually audit what government is doing. Just one example, I'm just saying, yeah.
No, thank you, thank you. We have also in the audience, though I'm not going to embarrass him, one of the youngest politicians of this country. Darshan Putania, please you get up. He's the member of the Legislative Assembly of the state of Karnataka. 20 years as a, guess what, 20 years of merger and acquisitions in Colorado. And then left that and has stood for elections and won. He's in the local assembly. So why I want to ask you questions is normally the bureaucrats blame the politicians and he said the politicians blame the bureaucrats. So your respect and how do you tackle the political class?
Yeah, so this is something that fortunately, I've learned slightly early. Not many people have this opportunity to learn how to work with the political leadership. It's so important because our authorization, most of the officers, they still think of that legacy issues, right? Because people also have the legacy issues. People also believe that it is, it is the bureaucracy or it is the IAS officer, it is the collector who is going to, a lot of credibility is still there. But actually, now after freedom, we got the authorization from the people. So the authorization is our political leadership. So learning to work with political leadership is very, very important. In fact, and actually it sustains. There is a lot of studies are there. You can have a, you can be a very, you can call it like a, there is a terminology. In fact, Land Pritchett, he tells about this kind of, bureaucrat-led reforms. They might not sustain for a longer period. But if you work with the political leadership, and build the, bring the reforms, the way I said, I did social audits, but once we brought the social audit legislation, and if it is getting implemented, it sustains. So it's very important to learn to, respect that where actually the authorization is coming from. The authorization is coming from the citizens, right, the people. So the people are electing a political leadership. So that's something that everyone, I always tell, my younger colleagues, and it really, in fact, I'll just tell you one of the examples. Maybe you aware, like we did, in fact, he said not to talk about any work, but I wanted to say, Hariji, with SELCO Foundation, we in fact solarized all the health facilities today. But I wanted to say, like Meghalaya is one state which is spending close to 9% of the state budget on healthcare. So it's the only state which is actually spending more than 8% of the mandated budget by the Finance Commission. So it's all because again of political supportability. If you build that, if they see that there is a value, so whatever you brought the support, it is leveraged multiple times. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Darshan, either you have to stand from Meghalaya or you'll have to shift to Karnataka.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. So the final question was that some of the frustrations a lot of the youngsters have is when an IS officer gets transferred.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have the same frustration?
Yeah. No, in fact, to be frank, like I'll tell about my frustration before that I wanted to tell general perception. Definitely, if you are getting involved into any job, like any other, it's like when you are getting transferred, and that too in the middle of the work, it's like you crash. In fact, sometimes it affects you badly. It affects your health. It affects sometimes many. This is a fact. Actually, we have been seeing that. And in fact, myself, I wanted to tell you, when I was shifted from like UP to, I was on an assignment in UP, working for the large, poverty reduction project, and so it's a tough thing in between leaving the project and coming, and but you'll overcome. But definitely that's in fact, I would say you require a lot of support for officers who actually pass through these kind of a thing, so that they get remotivated or motivated to again do it well in the next assignment. So it's something we should of course. I myself, I went for a Vipassana actually to overcome that situation.
So when you criticize the IS officers, think about they are also human beings, and the politicians who are human beings who stand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sambaji, for
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. And please. And so now we have two wonderful sessions. One is the Young Magsaysay, and I call Ms. Susan, the head of the Magsaysay Foundation, to moderate this. Please look at the journey of some of the youngsters who have gone through it. And then after that, we have a wonderful band. And please call all your friends for this session. And if there are still seats empty, we have standing space. The director is no longer there, so we can fill up these aisles. So I can tell it to.
As Harisa has said, we have a special session after this now. This is in collaboration with the Ramon Magsaysay Award Foundation. And in fact, we're celebrating the 25th year of their Emergent Leadership Award with the start with this session, kicking it off here. We would like to invite Ms. Susan. Oh, sorry. We have a short film about the work of the foundation. Can we please play that?
No one pays much attention to the ordinary until they restore democracy, feed the hungry, save the seas, or protect the dignity of a people. For how can one see greatness in the unassuming, the soft-spoken, the frail, or the humble, if it's measured by the usual yardstick of success? The man whose name now bears Asia's most prestigious award seemed ordinary by all means, except that even as a mechanic, he already had the sense to improve the lives of his fellow men. What is it about ordinary men and women who turn their back on a comfortable life so they can clean up oceans and light up villages? How can they know that what they fight for will make governments sit up and listen? What moves these ordinary people to do extraordinary things? It's called greatness of spirit. It is celebrated every 31st of August by the Ramon Magsaysay Award Foundation as a fitting homage to the legacy of the Philippine president who was once called Man of the Masses. He believed that the little man is entitled to a little bit more of everything, and that no one's dignity should ever be compromised. Today, over 300 ordinary men and women have displayed the same conviction and courage to transform society, and thus have been honored with the Ramon Magsaysay Award. For protecting fundamental human rights, for encouraging the poor to become asset creators, or for just playing music that colors the mind. And while the award can boost ordinary men and women to celebrity, many of the winners use it to enable them to work much harder for the communities they serve, because they know that the award is not about them, but about the solutions they make. That's how ordinary men and women become extraordinary.
Good evening, everyone. I am Susan Afan, and it is my distinct honor to speak before you on behalf of the Ramon Magsaysay Award Foundation, an international award-giving body based in Manila, Philippines. Our foundation confers the Ramon Magsaysay Award, widely regarded as Asia's premier prize and highest honor. The Foundation's involvement in the 2025 Impact Failure Conclave began when Harish mentioned to me last September during our private visit with His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, who received the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 1959 when he was only 24 years old. Looking at our 66-year roster of awardees, and I think you saw them on film just a few moments ago, leaders like Vinoba Bhave, Mother Teresa of Calcutta, Muhammad Yunus, and Akira Kurosawa, one might assume we seek perfection. But that's farthest from the truth. We at the Foundation are not looking for perfect individuals. Case in point, Harish Hande, our host, our wonderful, brilliant host, won the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 2011 for pioneering renewable energy solutions for the poor. SELCO's journey, as was told to us earlier in another session, was not smooth and isn't smooth yet. There have been failures along the way, and even to today, even with all their success, they continue to fight. They continue to be flexible in the journey that they have trekked on. What we seek are leaders like Harish who fail and struggle and persist. The Magsaysay Award celebrates transformative leadership and greatness of spirit. For over 67 years, we have honored 353 men, women, and organizations from 23 countries and territories in Asia. This year is special. So although the Foundation is 67 years old, we've been celebrating for the past 25 years the Ramon Magsaysay Award for Emergent Leadership, recognizing young change makers under 40 and new organizations making a difference who have been in existence for less than 10 years. Past honors, or past honorees rather, include Ananda Galapati from Sri Lanka, who was involved in mental health advocacy after the 2004 tsunami. Randy Halasan from the Philippines, a teacher trekking mountains to educate indigenous communities. Watchdog Media Mandiri from Indonesia. These are young filmmakers exposing social truths. And you might think, who would want to watch an hour of things talking about social ills, and yet they receive millions and millions of people, whether they're texts or subscriptions, watching the films that they produced. From India, the young change makers, they were below 40 at that time, that we've honored, are Sandeep Pandey, Arvind Kejriwal, Nilima Mishra, Sanjeev Chaturvedi, and T.M. Krishna, all of whom have since made indelible marks in their respective fields. Being part of a conference centered on failure is something different, okay? We've never been in any kind of a conference that talks about failure. But my team and I are so happy to be here and find it deeply meaningful and refreshing to be with people that openly admit their failures, who drop their egos and embrace setbacks as fuel for growth. We currently live in a world that glorifies success, but often ignores the failures or the hard work that happens behind the scenes. We celebrate unstoppable achievers without recognizing that failure is not the enemy. It is not a bad word. Failure is the fire that tests resolve, refines purpose, and fuels breakthroughs. Many of you in this conclave know this firsthand. The Magsaysay awardees sharing today have faced rejection, opposition, and uncertainty. But instead of seeing failure as an endpoint, they've embraced it as a teacher. They learned, they adapted, they failed again, but still they pressed on, stronger and wiser. This is crucial for young people, especially those that are in the audience today or those that are watching us online. A recent study shows that 20% of Asian youth, that means 360 million young people, suffer from mental health issues, largely driven by anxiety and social pressures to succeed. To the young leaders in the room, I'm sorry to tell you, but you will fail, you will mess up, you will stumble. But I'm here to tell you, and the people out here who have been in this business for a long, long time will tell you that it is just part of life. It's part of the journey. When that happens, when you're questioning whether what you're doing is right or wrong, or whether you're in the right path, or you're just not feeling good about yourself or your accomplishments, the answer is not despair or self-doubt. I think we were told today that one of the best things that we can do is to reflect. To reflect on your way forward, pause and ask, what is this failure teaching me? Not just as a professional, but as a human being. So it is our hope that in today's hour session, or 45 minutes, we will be able to inspire you to see failure differently. Please go to our website. The list of our awardees are there. Their life stories are there. Hopefully you can get some inspiration there. But at the same time, may the personal failings of our two Magsaysay Emergent Leader awardees tonight ennoble us to become better leaders, innovators, change makers, and above all, better human beings. A heartfelt thank you to Harish Hande and of course the SELCO team for this opportunity to share our work and also to learn from everybody else's failure, including ours. So let's go hear some stories. Harry, where are you?
Thank you. So I think every year at every Impact Failure Conclave, we've been lucky to have at least one Magsaysay. This year we've already heard, from Dr. Ravi Kannan. So we're quite excited to now hear journeys from across themes and geographies from two other emergent leaders. We also have recorded some of the stories in partnership with the foundation of other Magsaysay awardees, failure stories that you can hear outside in the pod and will be available online as well.
Please be seated. Yes. Inviting on stage Mr. Chung To, founder and chairperson of Chi Hang Foundation, and Mr. Gary Benchigwit, co-founder of Chungai Watch. This session will be moderated by our long-term friend of SELCO, Mr. Hari Natarajan, program specialist at UNDP India. A round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. I know that this is running late. This is the last session of the day, but we hope to leave you with inspiring stories that you can take away from here and not see this just as a conversation around failure, but around resilience and how some young leaders are showing the way around that. On a lighter note, yesterday Manoj and earlier this morning, Chintan spoke about how they were first speakers and then, shifted to being moderators. As a long-term friend of SELCO, I have always been chosen as a moderator, so read into it what you will. Maybe I'm a complete failure. This session pertains to emerging leaders or champions whose work has been recognized as having the potential to have create significant impact. Just to set the context, I can't see too much in the audience, but I wanted to find out how many people here are social entrepreneurs? Show of hands, please. Whoa, that's a very small number. Is that about 5 hands? I don't know, the light is shining straight on my face. About 10? Okay. Okay, that's probably a challenge of this conclave that we've not had enough social enterprises here. Okay, let me frame it differently. How many youngsters who feel that their organizations give them the freedom to behave entrepreneurially? Again, that's not a lot. Oh, wow. Okay, so my next question is going to be even more challenging. Those who put their hand ups, please keep them up. And how many of you all have taken the guidance of SELCO and actually over these 2 days in every one of your conversations spoken about your failures? Okay, I can't make out, but it looks like that's just about 2 or 3. So that's another failure. So the idea of this conclave is to create a safe space for all of us to be able to talk about failures, and especially those who are out there on the ground trying to create impact. We don't seem to have had enough enterprises who are trying to create impact, which is surprising. So there's more people like me in the room who are trying to play the role of enablers and not probably doing too great a job of that. And also, it looks like it's not been a safe space to then talk about those failures openly. And so in that regard, I think I really admire both Gary and Chungto, emergent leaders who are still willing to talk about their journeys and share their experiences of the setbacks that they've had and how they've overcome them. So maybe let me start off with Gary, who has co-founded this organization called Sengai Watch, and Sengai meaning rivers in Indonesia, so I did a little bit of research on that. So they've really been focusing on protecting the rivers and avoiding plastic waste flowing into the oceans. So let's hear about Gary's journey. Gary, about 5 to 8 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, SELCO Foundation and the Raman Magsaysay Foundation for celebrating the young ones here today. It's really such an honor to be amongst so much experience and wisdom. I'd love to get, before we begin, all the people that are 30 years old and younger, if there's any in this room, stand up. Let's stand up a little bit.
That's a lot more.
And please give a big clap to all these young leaders. I think so many of us don't realize that, we're born, at least us young people are born in this world where climate change and environmental disasters are our current realities. We grew up watching An Inconvenient Truth in school, watching ice caps melting, and this is the failure of our previous generation. So another big clap for the older folks in the room.
You have messed up the world, is it?
When I was asked last week to think about a failure in my young life, it was kind of challenging because youth nowadays don't celebrate at all failures. I grew up on the beautiful island of Bali that I'm sure many of you know as Paradise Island. Actually, Indians are now the second biggest visitor after Australians. But Bali has a dark side to it. It's not just beautiful beach. This is the same exact beach in Jimbaran, just south of the airport, literally covered in plastic. And for the last 15 years, I literally dedicated my life with my siblings to try to make sure that plastics would not wash up on Bali. You know, we started 15 years ago. Back then, the plastic waves were mostly organic and natural debris, but very quickly, plastics came into the picture. So we thought about stopping at the source. It took us, a few years to realize that we needed to stop plastics in rivers. So we developed these simple trash barriers to stop plastics from cleaning rivers, and our entire goal was to make sure that next rainy season, there would not be another plastic swell. First year of running Sungai Watch, we set up to install 100 barriers. We set up 3 sorting centers. We think we're successful. But that very rainy season, plastics pushed up again. And it was almost like a breakthrough moment. We looked at any evidence that we could find on the beaches to look for where it may come from. To realize that so much of the plastics on Bali was coming from the island next to Bali and Java. And that's where we started, okay, well, maybe we need to solve it at the root cause. So we scaled our work to the neighboring island in Java, did exactly what we were doing in Bali, scaled up to about 100 barriers, hired more troops, went into the schools, educated, mobilized communities. And this year, just a couple weeks ago, right on the day of Christmas Eve, the biggest plastic wave ever washed up on Bali again. And that moment felt like the biggest failure for me. All of our work, collecting almost 3 million kilos of plastic to realize that we're just a tiny drop in the water. And so, we mobilized thousands of people during the last few weeks, trying to really put a dent to see for more evidence, but to realize that it was not just East Java we would set up our operation, but it was actually the entire island of Java. Java is the most populated island in the world with 150 million people. And so all of a sudden, you realize this problem is much bigger than you can think. It feels like a never-ending battle. Are we failing miserably every day, the work that we're doing? Are we just cleaning the floor in good faith and not really addressing the root cause? And so this got me thinking, if we want to stop plastic in Bali, do we need to fully clean up Java? And that's really the big issue that I'm currently experiencing. But through this failure, I think I learned that failure is only failure if you stop. We learn, we adapt. And today we've realized that this problem is bigger than just Bali or Java. It's systemic, it's global. And now we need big solutions. So we keep going. We try to do whatever we can, but not just to clean up. We need to stop the tap. And, the real failure is to give up. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I'm going to be coming back to you with some questions. Next, we have Chungto from Chi Heng Foundation. And again, I read up, Chi Heng means wisdom in action, which sounds really interesting. So Chungto has been looking at promoting equal opportunities and eliminating discrimination against marginalized communities, minorities. And so within that, he's focused on health and a few other issues. So Chungto, can you take us through your journey, please?
Yes. All my life, I've been focusing on anti-discrimination, social stigma campaigns, most importantly, HIV-related. And that all began when I was in high school in San Francisco, when one of my high school teachers died of AIDS. And after that, I became a lifelong volunteer of the cause. But like many other typical Asian American families, we have tiger moms and very demanding parents, and also super achiever cousins. in Silicon Valley in San Francisco. So I took the more typical Asian American journey. I went to, after high school, I went to Columbia and Harvard and started working in investment banks with Lehman Brothers and UBS. According to my career path and life path, my life is very unlikely to cross paths with a group of 8 orphans in rural China. But life works in a very mysterious way. And slowly, step by step, I was relocated to Hong Kong and doing projects in China, and I learned about that in the 1990s, a lot of poor peasants in China had to sell blood to make a living, and due to unsanitary blood collection practices, partly in government-owned hospitals and blood stations and partly in underground stations, many have died of AIDS, and their children have become orphans. Although most of these children do not have HIV themselves, they are stigmatized, abandoned, and just like leprosy decades ago in many parts of the world. And because of my lifelong passion of HIV, I started to take care or try to, and I try to do something about it. But as you can imagine, there is a lot of cover-up in local villages, and I encountered a lot of village politics. The dynamics is very different in different parts of China. So I was kicked out, I was brought to police station, I was in some parts of the villages, I was politely sent out by bus. But I was very persistent, and I think these failure did not stop me from helping these children. So whenever I was kicked out or sent away by buses, I would secretly go back again and again to the same place and the same villages. Finally, we were able to convince some people, the teachers, some village chief to cooperate with us, and slowly, one village after another, we started our program, with first putting them back into the local school system. We have not built a single orphanage or a special school for them. We don't want to institutionalize them, so we put them back in the local school, and then we started a number of psychosocial support programs to help them. And then after 20-some years, we have now cumulatively supported 40,000 children and youth. But throughout the process, as a social entrepreneur, we have to do a lot of things in a new way and creating new solutions. So there has been a lot of failures along the way. I was told to talk about one, which more personal ones. So I actually, when I was in New York, and I volunteered for AIDS support organizations like Gay Men's Health Crisis. So I've seen adults passing away. Well, at that time, there was a time without the antiretroviral treatment. So. But in China, what I couldn't stand was the children dying, and also dying without sufficient medical treatment, and most of the time without dignity. And that, I think, over the time really made an impact on me. Although these children was my motivation to keep going, but at the same time, 3 years down the road, these visual images and experience came back to haunt me. So about 3 years down the road after I started doing this, I started having nightmares, would wake up in the middle of the night and started crying without reasons. And then I became, and at that time I saw a movie called The Beautiful Mind. And I started to realize that I might have some problem, because it's very ironic, because we advocate that these children are traumatized and they need, and then we provided art therapy, music therapy to heal their trauma. But there's nothing to heal my trauma after 3 years. So I have officially never seen a psychiatrist, but I have started constant, regular chat with my psychiatrist friends. I have not taken any prescription drugs, but I have started to take natural, clinically proven antidepressant called dark chocolate. And later, my sister's temple's master also was an instructor of Vipassana, and I joined her in 3 full 10-day sessions afterwards. And that really was very helpful in, I didn't realize that there were a lot of traumatic experience was suppressed, and then it floated up, and then you're supposed to observe and put away, and that was very helpful. I want to share that with you because this is actually sometimes when we have to present ourselves as very a strong leader, especially as a founder and in front of our volunteers and staff, we also have our weakness points, and then sometimes we are not allowed to expose that, and sometimes that if we don't deal with that, it would lead to a more important, more serious failure, so I would leave that.
Thank you very much for being so open and sharing about the challenges that you face personally as you were doing the work that you were doing. So the thing that actually, gets me thinking is a lot of the people that we heard in this session earlier are people who were recognized for having had significant achievements. So it's a lot easier for them to come up on stage and say, hey, yes, 10 years ago we did something wrong, and, but nobody's going to say anything against that because they're already recognized as people who've succeeded. I'm just curious, having been recognized as an emerging leader, which means you're still very early in your journey and you've already got this recognition, what kind of pressures did that put on you? Was there a pressure that you couldn't fail? So how did you deal with that? And I think you spoke a little bit about that, but maybe I'll start with you, Gary, and if you can share a little bit on that, and then Chungto as well.
Thank you. No, I mean, I think it was a giant honor to be selected as a laureate. Something, so far to think. I remember when the foundation first reached out, I had never heard of them. They pretended to be the University of Manila, and so they did a vetting process only to find out a little bit more about it and some of the incredible awardees that were nominated. And just to be on that same list, I think, it's like people are here and I'm just really beginning the journey. But it does put that extra pressure, but they're only here to help, and they're only here to pave the way and see how we can really scale our work. Because the award is Filipino, I was basically given a silver platter to expand our work in the Philippines. And so, went on a couple of trips to set up meetings with key government officials. The funding was there. But for us back home, the plastic beaches and the plastic rivers were still very filled up. So I think we had a major realization of, are we ready to scale that quickly? And so really focusing more on the local impact before scaling it. So, but sometimes because these environmental problems are just so big and so major, you don't have the time to wait. So, I think you're never ready for these moments, but it's just trying to navigate that.
I'm actually very grateful to be part of the Magsaysay family. Not just by receiving the award, and that of course was very highly recognized and very honored, but the Magsaysay Foundation really has this strong sense of family. To give you an example, when I went to receive the award, all the staff, there was an opening, welcoming night. And then we have like the dance and music and show. And then later I learned that all the performers were the Magsaysay Foundation staff members. And then he's a driver. He's the secretary. And then they were all performing, dancing and singing. And so this is really a big sense of family. And what I get from the foundation is not just the honor, but actually personal growth and support. For example, as a young emerging leader, awardee, I was introduced to older awardees who became my mentor. And the foundation introduced me to Kumichai in Thailand, and also Sri Ilabat of India. And one of my trips to India was to spend 2 weeks with Sri Ilabat in Ahmedabad and visiting many of her programs. And that was an eye-opening experience, and I got very inspired. And when I went back to China, we started doing something similar, such as mobilizing the female HIV-positive women to do eco-bag workshops, and we sold these laundry bags they manufacture to hotels, and we have cumulative 86 hotel clients. So they got income and dignity and sustainable way of living, etc. So I think I'm very grateful for the foundation, not just giving the award, but actually treat me as a family member. And the older member also inspired me and become my mentor. So 20 years down the road, when I'm old and hopefully have something to contribute, maybe one day I will, take on some young people too.
So Susan, I wanted to come to you now and just reflect a little bit on how this Emergent Leader Award that you've been given over the last 25 years, has it actually changed? Has there been some learning based on the leaders that you identified earlier? Have all of them gone on to become the next awardee of the Magsaysay Award for having achieved something? So how do you see the experience of the Emergent Leadership Award, and based on also the stories that they shared?
Well, the foundation has 3 main goals. One is to inspire by finding all these great people that are doing selfless work in the community. Most of them are surprised when we call them, because the farthest thing from their mind is getting an award. But once they do get it, and many of them are shy, they don't really want to talk about it, we encourage them to come out, because their lives could inspire other people in the same work that they're doing. Because as we all know, the work that we do, everyone in this room, is hard. We take it home with us. We take it personally when people don't have electricity. We take it seriously when we know that the children that we are providing for, whether it's education or safety, are about, I myself have had that experience with another foundation in the Philippines, when you would get calls late at night saying that one of the children escaped or wanted to commit suicide. This is something you take with you 24/7. And so
I think that building of a community, the safe space for you to be able to talk to someone who understands you, who will not, poo-poo the way, if you cry about it, if you have, like you just need that sense of community. And so I think that's what we were trying to do, is to have the older members of the community take care of the younger members that are in the same type of work. So it's been an enriching experience for us. It's been wonderful. I just wanted to acknowledge as well, Sir Abed is also one of our, Fazel Abed, Hassan Abed, who is the founder of BRAC. I know that Asif was here as well, like doing the presentations. Anshu Gupta was here as well. These are just people that have such big hearts that have been open to mentoring some of our younger people as well that are in their leadership journey.
I'm going to, take a question out of Harish's book to the SELCO folks. So I'm assuming funding for the work that you're doing is critical. So what is that one thing that you're probably not telling your funders?
Over the past 5 years, since 2018, we have had 5 consecutive years of deficit. Some of our program funders are doing very badly after COVID and on the verge of bankruptcy. So a lot of the funding was discontinued. We have to rely on ourselves. And during COVID times, a lot of the activities were not allowed to take place, such as fundraising dinners, etc. And now, even without COVID, when COVID is gone, the economy simply wouldn't allow us to do a lot of the activities, or the response wouldn't be there. So, after 5 years of deficit, we have changed our income model by increasing the offline sales and also increasing the income from social enterprises. And also we started mobilizing our fellow alumni, people who graduated from our program, to donate back to us, things like that. And then we also try to preserve try to maintain the same quality of services to the existing beneficiaries by not accepting too many incoming students, etc. And then we've realized, during this crisis, we also realized that we have a lot of, we don't have a lot, but we have some idling assets that can be turned into income. And at the same time, some of the things that we needed money to do can become donation in kind, etc. So that is.
Yeah, so we started as a foundation. So you could sponsor a single barrier in a river, sponsor a village, but very quickly, our warehouses got entirely filled up, as big as this theater. And so we needed to do something with the trash. And so, we started Set Social Enterprise to recycle the plastics into furniture. And so part of the discussion with the funders was that, like, okay, guys, we're going to sell the plastic to our social enterprise to be able to really find a funding model to be able to self-grow and monetize. And so it's been an interesting one to speak to the funders and see how we can grow and sustain the business and sustain really the foundation to really look for a funding model.
Okay, I'm not sure either of you answered my question, but I wanted to leave a good amount of time for questions from the audience. So can we have some questions from the audience, please? And with the lights, I can't see anything. Can we have the lights on for the rest of the room? Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned about working in China.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Dipankar, based out of Bangalore. So, you talked about working in China in a very sensitive area, right? Something which is not socially acceptable. So, did you face any challenge apart from whatever you talked about at the political level, because it might become bad news for some people?
What's the last sentence? What again? Sorry.
Yeah. Apart from the challenges which you faced from the people, local people, did you face any institutional challenge about your work who wanted to prevent you from working in this space?
From the political side, whether there are any pressures?
So far not, but I know many of our fellow organizations have encountered something like you described. They were either asked to leave, or they said the program is no longer needed, our problem is solved, so they're shrinking in many of the programs that I know, yeah.
Come on, guys, I need some questions. Yes, please.
I'll stand up because there's a question for Gary and I don't see you from where I'm sitting. When you told your story, I thought of Sisyphus, you know, carrying his up the mountain, and I have a huge respect for that because I imagine you could be happy doing it. But my question to you is, what is on the side of avoiding plastic, and what's your assessment of the global situation on that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it feels sometimes that we're literally on the front lines trying to stop what's coming at us, but it really starts upstream. So obviously there's the Global Plastic Treaty happening, trying to put pressure on actually putting regulations in place. In Indonesia, that's really where we're focused. EPR doesn't exist. We actually have one of the biggest databases on auditing brands, scanning over millions of scanning millions of plastics every single year to put pressure, and so it's just endless failures, discussions with governments to introduce them what a potential EPR law can be in Indonesia, to tax producers, to ban single-use plastics. There's been several bans happening in Indonesia on single-use plastic bags and other single-use plastics, but this you're speaking to very similar to India, where it's just way too complex to just stop at the source. The fossil fuel industry is so major, so powerful. In the next decade, we're set to triple our plastic production globally. So this looks really, really bad as fossil fuels is moving towards EV. Everybody's moving towards plastic production. So this beach might be a lot more beaches like that everywhere around the world.
Especially in both the fields we work. This is a question to Gary. You worked on basically the rivers. Rivers is a huge, in fact, portfolio. So when you are working, how you worked with the local governments, how you actually navigate, because they have a lot of regulations, how actually you impacted the regulation. We really wanted to know, because we also have the same problem even in our state. Of course, I really congratulate you. I really inspired by listening to you, the stories of the way you actually, protected the HIV. We also have a lot of HIV population, Northeast, I think especially for certain districts. So, and also substance use, how to remove the stigma, how to provide the support. I think a lot of learnings I think we can learn from you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think so. We really started bottom up, working with communities on the ground. Every single barrier that we place, we need proper approval from the local authority. And so we've slowly been making our way up all the way to ministries. But unless we have the popular community vote and community accept our solution, then we can't go anywhere. So we've really been working with a lot of religious figures. So in Bali with Hindu priests, in Java with Muslim imams, really to get this up in front and center. And now it's really being accepted. You know, we're actually overwhelmed with messages on social media of every government out there reaching out for our solutions. And it's really incredible. It's such a small, easy scale solution. You can put a barrier, have a team clean it up. And that's really disaster relief, and that's where you start. And then you at least prevent plastics from going to the ocean and go upstream. Every barrier is a symbol of education. And every barrier is an opportunity for us to really engage with that local community, with the schools around it, with the local market around it. So for us, it's really a symbol more than anything. But yes, India is our biggest reach. I think we have like more than hundreds of thousands of followers from India. And yeah, every city has reached out. So it's definitely high up on our list. I accepted this invitation to see how we can scale our work. So if any of you have potential connections or are involved in the plastic field, all open ears. Okay, well, there you go. Let's start. Let's start tomorrow or today. Thank you so much.
So I have two questions for both of you. One is, this is emergent leadership under 40 years. And usually that's the stage when someone is looking for building my career, doing my stuff, accumulating my wealth, ambition and everything. So what is that one motivating factor in your hearts that pushed you to do this? This is question one. And question two is, you are still very young. So what is the biggest barrier that you faced when you started your journey out on this?
For me, it was very easy. At that time, I didn't realize that I would be doing this for almost my entire life. It was just like stepping out of banking. I thought it was just a few years. And then I basically saw a problem. I saw villages after villages of children dying of AIDS and also becoming orphans. And I really need to focus full-time on this and put it back into the school system, raise some money and have a psychosocial development program for them. And then a few years down the road, when they are in better condition, I can always go back to banking. But afterwards, because at that time, I still have the mindset of a banker, thinking that, if you want to retire, you need amount of money to retire comfortably. So this is, this is like a short-term fix. But after doing that, I could go back to banking, but I don't think there's a need. I met a lot of people who are very wealthy donors, but they're not very happy. Then I met a lot of people in the villages. They're relatively poor, but they are very happy. So I think there's no point to go back to pursue more wealth. And I think the pursuit of happiness to me is more important. And there got to be a better balance. And I don't need another bag. For example, I live to this stage. I never bought a car. And a lot of the material stuff, it's not really necessary when you think of that. And then you can spend a lot more time pursuing happiness. So I don't think there's a need to go back. And then I also fall in love with my job. Seeing children growing up gives me a lot of sense of pride and achievement. So I decided to stay. So the decision to start doing this is not difficult. But staying for so long, people were amazed. But for me, I felt very happy.
I think similar, for me, it was really that shock factor of seeing plastics wash up on the beach that I would surf, run, enjoy, where I grew up. I've been in Bali for 20 years with my family. And literally jumping in, like 14 years old, not really knowing what to do. Like you could say, I remember yesterday when Lane was saying, what do parents want their kids to be? Lawyer, engineer. My parents failed miserably. All three of the kids, my two co-founders, my sister and brother, were all in this together, trash people, full-time. there's no money, but there's that pride of doing good every day, of waking up and knowing that, you know, whatever impact we can do, at least it's for the future generations. And it should have started with your generation. So we have a lot of work to fix.
So both your stories are very inspiring. Congratulations. But Gary, you gather so much of trash. What do you do with it?
I briefly spoke about it. So we have like 10 sorting centers in Bali and Java. We handpick every single type of plastic, sort it into 30 different types of material, and then recently launched a design venture to turn it into things like tables, chairs. 2 years ago, I made a tiny home from 35,000 plastic bags where I live from the trash that we collected from the rivers. So it's literally anything that you can make out from this material and really give it a second life. It's so much about changing the value that plastic has value and should be disposed. And it's, you know, if we can set up proper collection streams, then it's not there in the environment. So there's so much education around that.
Hi. So I just wanted to add, you should see his coasters, tissue box holders. We're telling him to come up with all kinds of things as well. You know, the Jenga, where you put those little things. I think he's going to come up with something for the holidays. But he's turned plastic into recyclable materials that we can reuse in our homes. So, no, we're very proud.
So my question is to Changto. Basically, the stories that you told us at the very beginning, when you talked about going to these villages, being kicked out, and then going back, I think I related to that in the sense that I've not done something like this, but that's one of my biggest fears when working in the communities. And so I'd really love if you could tell us some more stories on what were the points at which people started to change their minds, like what worked, what convinced people, or what helped the general population overpower these influential people who clearly had, you know, had an animosity towards your work. So thank you.
Well, there's I could talk for a very long time, but I give you two stories. One is that one was from the secret police who kicked me out. Many years later, we became friends, and then they took me out for dinner, and then they were half drunk, and then said, "Oh, Mr. To, we're very sorry that we have offended you back in those days, because we thought you must have some ulterior motives. So you might be a spy from America. Then we looked at your email, and we looked at you, or you might be preaching Christianity or some religious motives." And then we found out no. And then we finally came up to the conclusion that you must be selling fake drugs to make money, selling fake drugs to these HIV positive. And then we found out it's not the case. We came up with all these hypotheses because we did not believe there is such a good person without any motives. That was back in, but so it is reasonable for them to question and to suspect back in those days. And later on they told me that. So you have to be very persistent to them. And my second story is that in every village that I went to, there's always people who are willing to help and can in a position to help, but they never approach you. They were not the first batch to approach you. The first batch to approach you are those who have the key holders to the villages who might want to get something from you. But I later on found out that many people actually were observing you. If you uphold your clean, uncorrupt standard, the people who can help and are genuine and kind would later on secretly approach you and help you, secretly or behind the scene. So whatever you do, you have to be very persistent and stand up for your value, because somebody's watching.
Okay, that'll be the last question. I've already been given a warning that we were supposed to close 5 minutes ago.
Hello. Yes, I'm Fela from SELCO Foundation. I just want to ask one question to Gary regards to the water preservation. So my question is, like PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, all these big, huge corporate, I heard that they are funding a lot of it is water preservation and conservation, but they are also the one biggest who create this problem chain. So I want to understand, as you are being a practitioner in the field, I want to understand what is your viewpoint to this problem chain.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're mostly donation funded, through people that follow us on social media, just the general public that is trying to protect Bali and Indonesia. We've never accepted money from the bad guys. We call them the bad guys, but the corporates, and I don't think we ever will. But it's really just putting that extra pressure. A lot of them are not at all abiding by the standards that they're saying. They're setting high targets, announcing with the UN and other international organizations big goals, but then when you look at the reality of what's happening on the field, it's all greenwashing. So I think it's just very interesting to to watch out, to make sure that we can remain pure, and thank you.
It's interesting that you mentioned about the UN. So no, that's okay. So we have unfortunately entered into a regional partnership with Coca-Cola Foundation to look at the issue of plastic. So the bad guys are apparently looking at this problem which they created, but hopefully they will also correct themselves, but I don't know. I can't talk about the UN agencies. I'm too small a cog in that. But it was really great listening to your stories. I want each of you all to take maybe 30 seconds or less, one sentence for the young entrepreneurs in the audience, an inspiring message, whatever you want to share. Closing thoughts.
You want to start?
That's not too tough.
I guess. I think staying true to what you believe in, and really remaining dedicated to the work on the field. Don't get distracted by Coca-Cola. Sorry. But yeah, really staying true to what it is, because I think I'm 15 years in. I started at 14, but really Sungai Wacha started 5 years ago, and I'm not yet seeing the ripple effects of our work. And I know that it's a long life ahead to see real proper change.
I'm actually very fortunate because I said in the beginning, life works in a mysterious way. I bumped into these children and I found my passion in life. And I have been very happy, although challenging, and with failure, I'm still very happy to be doing what I'm doing and enjoy and have a fruitful career. So, but that is, I hope all of us can be happy and find our passion and be persistent and stick to it.
Okay.
The work that we've chosen is really laden with a lot of difficulties, but this is the reason why we're here, is because we want to fight for certain things that we think are important to us, whether it's about fighting for climate change, for the environment, for fighting for children, for education, whatever it is, let's not forget the reason why we are doing the work that we're doing, because that is what's going to fuel all of us to continue the fight. It's a long journey ahead of us. We know all the problems, but if we use our failures, if we use our disappointments to fuel us to, I was looking at that questionnaire when we all when we all started the conclave, and they were asking, what do you do when you do have failures? And I saw the dots. Some are resentful, some are angry, but I think many of the people are finding it a reason to just restart, refresh, and move forward. So I am, once again, so grateful to our host, Harish, and the SELCO team for giving us the opportunity to share the work that we do and the wonderful work of our Magsaysay awardees. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. So I just wanted to end on that note, because I had a lot of feedback after the first session today that it really rattled people, and why we focusing so much on failure. Why can we not talk about the inspiring stories? And so I just wanted to end on that slightly positive note, but I just wanted to reflect on a conversation that I had with a young SELCO Foundation person. And what she said was, in her setup in Northeast India, the conversation they have is, we've always grown up with this idea that if you fail, there's something wrong with you. Our parents have taught us that failure is a bad thing. And we are finally coming to a place where we are encouraged to fail, because only through failure will we break that barrier and achieve some kind of impact. So I think that's the ecosystem which is really great to have, and SELCO Foundation is trying to do this in a larger way to create this platform to talk about failure. It's the third edition. I was part of the first edition. I still don't think we've got there in terms of getting people to speak more openly about failures, and we need probably 100 conversations like this in different fora, until we know that only when we share these stories will we learn from each other, and we'll be able to create the impact that we're looking for. So on that note, salute to you who are fighting on the ground, and a salute to all of you in the audience here who are working towards that. So let's have a big applause for everyone here. Thank you.
And let's keep the conversation going. So if there's anything we can do for any of you to inspire you, help you with your work, we're very open to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists and speakers. It was so inspiring to hear from all of you as the young leaders and practitioners from the sector. We now would like to request Harish sir for the final closure of Impact Failure 2025.
I actually would like to call the person who actually did everything. Rachita will close it. Rachita. She did everything, so, I mean.
No, it's unfair to say that that I did everything. It's really unfair. So we have over 100 of our colleagues and many more who are watching online. But I think one thing that it's hard to imagine, but this was a work over a couple of months. But we couldn't let our regular work go. And it's not easy to kind of balance both. So if I could please request the audience for a big round of applause to over 100 people who've been balancing both in some way or the other. And not just that, I think the biggest difference that I feel from the first conference to this one is that this time we had so many partners who came in and said that they want to design failure discussions. I still feel that we don't even have the vocabulary to be able to discuss failures clearly. And we're still trying really hard. I know for many of you, the SELCO discussion was hard-hitting, but honestly, that needs to be our everyday. There is loads that we need to improve upon, and this whole idea of that conversation is hard should not be hard. And that's really where we need to go towards. So I hope that even if many of us couldn't tell our failure stories today, we're able to go back into the organizations and first learn how to articulate our failures so we're able to rectify it, please. It's just the first step, and we're not even there. So -10 to all of us. But thank you so much, everyone. I hope we come back soon, and we come back with stronger failures, because if we don't fail, we don't really learn. And we don't really know what all of us are improving. So we really need to speak about that. And with that, 4 of my colleagues who have been walking us through the schedules for both the days, if you could please tell us about what's happening next.
And now we are at the last and final segment of Impact Failure 2025. We will now have Swaratma and friends featuring from the Northeast, Mikma sharing lecture from Sikkim, and Manka from Manipur.
We've been collaborating with Swaratma since the last Impact Failure in 2022, and I think it's really inspiring to see a Bangalore-based folk band bring environmental sustainability issues and social justice into their work. They actually solar-powered their last concerts, their last music tour, and a whole set of concerts. So we're excited to have them here.
It has been a great 2 days of hosting you. I hope you see value in the conversations that have happened, and there is some takeaway for you individually, whatever you want to take away with. And without further ado,
just like a wave, Swaratma is going to come in, much like our theme of shifting sand. So without any further ado, please welcome Swaratma on stage with us. And this is Surabhi, Ishita, Kakoli, and Simran signing off from SELCO Foundation.
Thank you.
just announcement. For our international guests, we also have some translations of the songs that they're going to be playing. We'll circulate them.